really good AMs.
That's right.
But there's, it goes all the way down to D-level squash, super enthusiastic, and it's really been a great part of it. So the people who come love it and are playing it often on a weekly basis, and for them to see the best players in the world, they're just super interested. And of course, when a hometown player is playing, it makes it even more exciting. So tell me a little bit about what you know about Peter and Alex's partnership.
I don't think they've played together very often. I'm a little surprised the fact that they were matched up this weekend. They're both members of various clubs in New York, but this might be their first SDA appearance together as partners. I'm not quite sure what put them together. Peter usually has played with Josh Schwartz, and Josh is injured with a bad knee, which I think is going to have an operation very shortly. So they just sort of found each other and they're playing, but I'm not even sure if they've played in any tournament together before.
Oh, that'll be interesting to see how well they do here.
Taking a long warm-up, aren't they? I'm a little surprised.
I did see Peter. I haven't seen Alex, so I don't.
So that might be part of it. They look like they're ready to leave the court, though.
Yeah.
Good looking. Should we wait for those guys to come back on?
There we go.
Okay.
Got at least one of the other team now on the court. And just to remind you all again, you are here at the 2020 David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Tournament taking place at the Heights Casino in Brooklyn, New York. I'm Will Carlin, and I will be here for every match throughout the weekend. I'll be joined by various color commentators throughout the weekend, but for the first two matches tonight, I have Rob Dinnerman, who's a longtime friend, a huge squash, former singles pro, playing doubles tournaments, a writer, an author, all of these things, super well known in the squash community by many. And this is the first match of the entire tournament in the main draw.
Yep.
We've actually had a number of qualifying matches already, including 4 this morning already.
Yep.
We're about to get underway, and we will be with you all the way until the finals on Championship Sunday.
There's Domenick. Okay.
Yep, so on the court now are Peter Kelly and Alex Domenick. Alex is on the left with the, I guess I would call those calf socks.
Yep.
They are something that in the singles tour have been a bunch of players, Gregory Gaultier, Thierry Lincou,
yep.
Wear them. And Peter Kelly, who looks like he's got no socks on the other hand. I think he actually does, but they're super short socks.
Yep.
He's on the right-hand side of the court. And for those of you who are just joining us again, Peter is a hometown hero, born in Brooklyn and raised here at the Heights Casino, learned his doubles right here on this very court. And
lives in Brooklyn still, too, I think.
Lives in Brooklyn, I believe that's right. He works now for J.P. Morgan in their investment banking division, and he has 2 sons, and his wife, Brittany, live here in Brooklyn. And Alex Domenick also has a non-squash career going on. He lives here in New York as well. He went to Cornell as an undergrad and played mostly at the number 2 spot, and was a first team All-Ivy selection at least twice and a second team All-American at least once. And as Rob said earlier, we believe this may be the first time for this pairing.
Right. Alex has a twin brother, Matt Domenick, who is still in Philadelphia, which is where Alex grew up. And he also played some events on the Pro Tour, but he's not playing in this tournament.
Have they played together as a team?
No, they're both left-handed.
They're both left-handed. So.
They're twins, like I said. So.
Well, sometimes twins
I know,
are,
but not this
images.
time. Not this time.
So, Rob, do you think in doubles it is tennis doubles, it's not necessarily a huge advantage to be left-handed. It's an advantage for sure. In squash doubles, I think it's much more of an advantage.
Absolutely.
Would you agree?
When you're both hitting forehands, defending your walls, you're definitely at an advantage. Yeah.
And is that just power-based or?
Mostly power-based, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, you almost never see a left-handed player on the right wall. You know,
yeah.
they take advantage of the fact that they're so. No, there's definitely I think it's more of an advantage than it is in tennis.
And if you're playing against two teams, a lefty and a righty, do you then strategically want to hit the ball down the middle of the court?
That is often very effective. Most doubles teams don't think in terms of going down the middle very often, but sometimes there's a hole there where they both have to play on their backhand, and if most of these players, their first sport was singles, and you never go down the middle in singles,
right? Ever.
And you sort of, that's still somewhere in your thinking, even when you're on a doubles court.
So as a surprise, actually, interestingly, in singles softball these days, that shot down the middle is something that is often done from the front of the court, because what happens is the singles player who's hit, say, a boast or a drop shot is looking for the ball to be either down the rail or across court. And when it comes down the middle, it discombobulates them. And that's become a shot now over the last really 2 seasons that's being used a bit. But doubles, that's something we may see here a bit.
They should be ready to start pretty soon, I would think. Yeah, they're about to start.
So just again, the team that are wearing the dark shorts, that is our number 2 seeds, and that is Jamie Stout and Ivan Badan. And as Rob said earlier, they've played 2 tournaments together before, and they won both those tournaments.
And both of them were by accident.
They normally each have other partners, and their opponents, who will be in the white shirts, they're slightly off the court now, but you can see one of them right now. They are Peter Kelly and Alex Domenick, with Alex Domenick on the left and Peter Kelly on the right. And we should be getting underway with match number 1 of the 2020 David C. Johnson tournament in just a moment or two.
There's not much room behind that door, so the door entering the doubles court.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Why don't we set the stage a little bit here? This court is actually down. It's built almost on what you might think of as a basement. It's below street level in New York, and the fans are all up above. And you have to take a fairly steep, narrow little staircase to get down into that court. And if you're looking right now on the screen, where we just were right now, the stairway is right where Graham Bassett, who's on the right-hand side of the screen, that's where the stairway is to go down into the court. It's a narrow stairway, and there's just a little water cooler down at the bottom. And okay, looks like we're about to get underway. This will be Peter Kelly to serve. And away we go. Nice little drop shot, backhand drop shot actually, by Jamie Stout. Tough to get it when it rolls like that. My sense, Rob, is there's a little bit of feeling out going on here. This is not slam bang squash. It's sort of moving the ball around the court. So we test things out. There's the shot down the middle that we were talking about.
Yeah, absolutely, from the back wall too.
Yep.
good shot.
Yep. It's a nice
Reverse
reverse corner right
yeah,
there.
yeah,
Volley
yeah.
reverse corner.
Yeah, yeah.
That's also a nice
Drop shot.
little
Good
volley
shot.
drop shot.
Yeah. This court has nice nicks. If you get the ball right into the nick, it'll stay down. It's not an active court that way. Well, cross court drive into the nick there by Ivan.
Yep. So we've seen 3 volley winners in a row, a reverse corner and two nicks on the right side of the court.
Wow. The blue team just looks more assertive. In addition to winning 6 of the 8 points, they're serving fast. Looking like they want to start the point more.
Well, in theory, if we just look at the rankings, that's a nice little dodge there.
Wow.
But not
no, didn't make
when
it
the
to
volley
floor.
doesn't make it to the front wall.
Yeah, that one looks a little bit tentative swing on that one.
You know, one of the things that's interesting is when teams don't play a ton together is whether or not they can cover for each other well almost instinctively. There's a little bit about how you move. And you can see even in these first, 9 or 10 points that Jamie and Yvonne, the team in blue, seem to be communicating well and covering for each other fairly well.
They had them out of position on that one, really well.
So that strategy, what he just did there, Jamie Stout hit it right at Alex Domenick when he was up at the front. And tell me a little bit why that's a good strategy.
Because he was so far up that he wouldn't have been able to react to the ball. He had to duck out of the way, and that put it so deep in the court that his partner couldn't cover for it. Yeah, that court was wide open there.
Yep.
This match is starting exactly the way Yvonne and Jamie wanted to. They're controlling the points, and they've got a nice big lead now. That was out of court, I think.
Okay. I think they played it, though.
Yeah, they did. I guess it looked the way I think Yvonne thought it was out. I think they're already having a little bit of a strategy session in the back of the court, trying to sort of get themselves oriented.
They're relaxed, though. You can see, I mean, Jamie was smiling there just before he served. It doesn't seem like it's a high-stress situation for them.
That's right. Whoa. Yeah, call that on that. I think he hit him on the backswing.
Yep, you're right, he did. Good call.
Oh boy. They had Peter Kelly stuck in back of the court, and just the front right was wide open. That was well done. I think Peter was trying to cover back for Alex because Alex was stuck so far in front.
There's that down the middle again.
A lead, I think. I think he had to play on it, yeah. Boy, it was almost by him, though. Did they call a lead on that?
Yep, they did.
Okay. They look awfully confident right now. They're sort of cruising. Wide open again. Yeah. And he caught a nick on it anyway. Wow, how about
that really
shot?
A beautiful shot. That racket work is
inside out.
Yep. He's actually made, interestingly, since he's playing on the left wall and he's a lefty, he's made a whole bunch of backhand winners.
He has. Caught a neck. Peter Kelly caught a neck there, but it's 14. It's 4-14 right now.
So you're not anticipating a big comeback, Rob?
Not this game.
All right.
Okay.
I'm going to hold you to that. Oh, there. Looks like you were right.
Okay.
Quite the prognosticator.
That didn't take long, and that was very easy.
Yeah.
But Alex and Peter really have to try to figure out a way to have this match go differently than it has so far. Not only are they winning all the points, but they're controlling the points almost entirely.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a point in the middle of that game where it seemed like at least Alex started to try to slow the pace down. He started to hit a bunch of lobs, and I thought maybe that would be an interesting strategy, but I'm not sure that it was mutually decided upon. So it didn't seem to really work there.
Yeah, also, he's made a number of racket errors on some open balls.
Well, as you said, they haven't played together a lot, and you know, they've got to get a feel for each other as well as for the opponents, and that's not a small thing.
Right, and they've got to do that in this game. They can't go down 2-0 and make a comeback from there. They have to. This game has to be much better than the first one for this to be a competitive match.
Let's talk about Jamie and Yvonne for a second. If you are the number 2 seeds now, and you think you've certainly got to be thinking you have a realistic chance of winning this whole tournament.
Absolutely, especially with Domenick not playing this
weekend. Yep. So that being the case, do you want maybe a little bit more resistance?
I think you want to get the first match done.
Just underway.
And go on from there. They're also playing pro-ams, these guys. They've got plenty of squash ahead of them this weekend. I think they want to snuff this team out as fast as they can.
That was an opportunity there.
Jamie never looks under stress, does he?
No, he
doesn't.
doesn't.
Just flows to the ball. That was actually a pretty tough get he just made.
This is better, though, by...
Yes, there's certainly maybe the best point they've played this match so far.
Yep.
Good. They need to win this point, though.
You're saying that at love all?
They worked too hard. They worked too hard and played too well this point to not win it.
Well, Rob, they didn't.
Longest point of the match by far, though.
By far, yep.
Yeah.
It was a much better beginning.
Yep, it was. Oh, nice shot.
But that was one of the shorter points, which often happens.
They've caught Peter in back a bit. He's sort of hitting and not following it, and they're making him pay on the front right.
Alex is looking more comfortable, though. Alex Domenick.
Yeah, he is. He's handled the heat a little bit better this game.
Yep. Just to reorient all our viewers, Alex Domenick is on the left-hand side of the court in the white.
Wow, that was a great shot to end that point.
I mean, Peter Kelly and Alex Domenick are definitely playing better now, but they don't have a lot to show for it. No. At the moment, they have nothing to show for it in this game.
It's 3-0. That was a great shot Yvonne just hit.
Yep. And the thing about Jamie is that Jamie Stout, who's on the left-hand side in the blue, is he has a very good sense of where the opening is.
Absolutely,
And he's hit by far the more winners on his team.
And he's actually patient enough to wait for the opening. He knows when there isn't an opening also.
Talk about that a little bit more, Rob.
Oh, yeah. Peter tried it. That was a little bit of a desperation swing. They've played pretty well so far, and they're down 5-0.
Yep. Talk a little bit about what you mean about waiting for the opening and being
just
patient.
that Jamie knows, as you say, I think he senses the court. Maybe he senses the court so well because he's done so well in so many other racket sports too. But he doesn't force things. When it's there, he goes for it. When it isn't, he'll start the point over and lob it and keep in good position and not get himself or his team in trouble. Very mature player that way. Boy, that's a great play by Yvonne.
7-love.
Wow.
Same thing, sort of seeing that opening.
Eight love.
They look a little demoralized. Those last couple of points, they looked a little, they were sagging a little bit.
Well, to be fair, in this game, almost all of the 8 points have been winners. In the first game, there were a bunch of unforced errors,
Yep.
but
Only 1 or 2 this game so far. There's a
Yes, lad.
just
8
a
love.
He was hoping for a stroke on that.
Right
I think.
side.
so Rob, do you want to just quickly tell us the difference between why in singles that would probably be a stroke,
Yep.
and why in doubles that's more likely to be a let most of the time?
I think it was because it was the partner who hit the cross court as opposed to the player himself. When a player hits a ball back at himself, they usually call a stroke on him. When his partner hits a cross court where he's still in trouble and they stop play, they usually only call a let. It's hard to get a stroke in doubles than it is in singles.
Yep.
Boy, 9-love, wow.
Well, you said it at the start of this game that they wanted to get out of here, put the clamps down,
Yep.
get out of here as fast as possible.
Yep, and that's happening. That was
10 love.
that was sort of a give-up swing by Alex. I think that was not a good swing on that. He looks like he knows they're not going to win this game.
Down.
Finally a 10, I guess, right?
Coming in. 110.
Yeah.
That was their first mistake of the day.
First mistake.
Yeah. I think that might have been Stout's first mistake of the first 10 of the match.
That was Yvonne who hit that 10, I believe.
Boy, they're right up in the court. They just look so good position. He had an open reverse. He tried to cut it too close because Yvonne is moving so well that he felt he had to do that. Play a let on that?
Yep. So at some point there's, a bit of, for lack of a better word, ego that gets in here where you just don't want to sort of be embarrassed.
Right.
And, I think that can lead to you looking for either trying to win a point in some you know, sort of spectacular way.
Yep.
And if you don't do that, it often leads to errors.
It gets absolutely worse, yeah. Good shot.
That's a nice shot.
Yeah, Kelly got an open rail and blew it down there. That's a great shot. He's shaking his head afterwards like, how come it took that long, though?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because Peter can hit the ball very hard.
Yep, he can.
And he has not really been allowed to do that this game.
That's right. He hasn't had very many open swings, and he hasn't had very many open sides to hit the ball to either.
Now, you could have maybe have heard there that Peter said, I should have called let. That's when Jamie sort of cut over, did the crossover there.
Boy, Alex fell down on that. Wow. He tried to hit a winner off his knees, and Ivan got to it. Wow. It's actually a good shot Alex hit from his knees.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not something you get a chance to,
do very
practice
often.
that
That's
often.
right. That's right. That's right. Did he trip on that, or did he?
He sort of, when he was getting, after he hit it, he was just, I think, tripped over his feet.
Okay.
And
Ball
sort
came
of
right
went
back
down.
at him, and he hit a drop shot.
Yeah.
Ivan was even on that and hit it down the open side.
I'd like to, I'm sure that Stout and Badan would like to
No,
claim that it was part of their strategy to hit it right back to
Qualifying
him, but I'm
finish.
not sure that it actually was.
No, just ended up that way. Wow, so 15-2. It's tough to win a game after you've lost 15-2, even if you're playing a team that you're as good as.
Now, Rob, you said that Peter and Alex had to win that game in order to win the match.
They didn't.
Are you standing by that?
I'm standing by what I said. Absolutely, absolutely. It's interesting to see though. That game was the score was so one-sided. It's possible that Ivan and Jamie will have a slight letdown early this game.
Yeah, one of the things, I mean, as we said, they made almost no one first. I mean, it was just winners.
Right.
It wasn't they were getting a lot of errors out of Peter and Alex.
They got
were
a few in
actually
the second
winning.
half of that game, though.
Yeah, but it was a lot of winners
Yes,
early on.
yeah.
I mean, a lot of winners.
Right, and the best point that Alex and Peter played so far was the first point of the second game.
Yep.
And they need to somehow be able to play at that level at least at the beginning of this third game. Otherwise, they're just going to run off and hide. Their only chance to sort of make this competitive is to hang in early in this game. They should be angry at this point too. Not just, I mean, maybe a little bit embarrassed, but also angry. And maybe that helps. As I say, right now, unless something changes dramatically, this match is going to be over in 10 minutes. Ivan looks very free and easy to me out there. He's just sort of flowing to the ball and doing almost anything he wants. He's playing great. Putting aside whatever problems Alex and Peter are having, Jamie and Ivan are playing beautifully.
Yes, they're playing really. And as you said, this is almost a perfect first round match for them.
Yes.
Gets them into the tournament.
That's right.
Allows them to feel the ball. They've been hitting a lot of winners.
Yeah. And
They've
get used
been
to this court, which is a little unusual too. So
maybe in between matches we'll come back and talk about the court.
Yeah,
a little
absolutely. We should. Another winner by Ivan.
Yep. From the back of the court, no less.
Yeah, roll corner, which neither one of them was looking for.
Oh, a rare error.
Yeah, and that might have hit the beam actually.
So
looks
do you
like
want?
it
You
might-
can't actually see it here on this monitor, but for those of you who know this court, and I suspect many of you who are watching do know this court, but this court is famous for being one of the best and truest playing courts in the world, but also it has a beam, and the beam goes across the front third about of the court on the top, and it comes into play a surprising amount, particularly on serves.
Yes.
A lot of people who hit lob serves wind up hitting it fairly frequently. And lobs have to be done with some care not to hit that beam. And it's sort of an anomaly of this particular doubles court and no other doubles court in the world.
That's right.
This is the kind of point that Alex
Yep.
and Peter should have been playing throughout the whole thing here.
That's exactly right. And Stout still hit a dead Nick, I think. It looked like
Alex, I think, thought it might have been down, but I think it was more
up.
wishful
It
thinking.
was up. It was a great shot.
Yep.
What can you do about that? That was just an untouchable shot.
One thing that's worth saying again, we said at the very start of the match. Wow, that's a great get.
Good shot. Wow. Great get by Stout to keep that point alive.
Yep. But one thing that I was just starting to say is that this is the first time that you and I both think that Alex and Peter have played together. And so, you know, it's the third game. The points are definitely, as a whole right now, these first 6 points or 7 points have been better. They're playing much better. And so part of it is getting used to each other, getting used to nerves. You know you're an underdog. It's the first round of the tournament. And they are playing better, but I think they're just outclassed at the moment. They're playing against two of the best players on tour.
Rare 10 by Stout.
Yep.
Wow, great shot by Yvonne.
The thing that's interesting is watching the two teams. If you watch Stout and Badan together, and just keep your eyes just on them, and they just don't seem very stressed moving around during the point. And if you watch Alex and Peter, the two guys in the white, during the points, you can tell they're hustling. They're
right.
And they're off balance a bit.
Yeah, there's a certain desperation they're retrieving. There are plenty of places where they just make the get, and they're still out of position.
That's a good shot, though. Wow. Yeah. Nice recovery.
Wow. Jamie and Yvonne are really covering for each other well the times that they have to. Finally, Alex pulled
Nice
off.
shot.
That was a really good shot after a long point. Wow.
Well, I think our estimate that these guys are, this is their best game,
Yep.
is
Yep.
showing up here.
They've gotten a little better every game. They just may run out of games first, though. Whoa.
I can't believe he got that back, Rob.
I just hit a shot up behind the back.
Wow.
Stout caught the top of the tin on that.
Yep. It's interesting because he's made a few
Yep.
forehand tins,
Yep.
and his backhand has been gorgeous.
Whoa.
Wow.
He's picking some big shots whenever there's any kind of a need to.
And he does them from deep.
Yep.
That's another winner that he hit from the back of the court.
Yep. Another behind the back shot by Teller this time. That should be a stroke.
Yes, I think you're right.
Yes, stroke. They've caught Kelly deep in the court a couple of times, and he's had to make us really desperate get up front, and that time he wasn't able to control it enough to not be in the way. Another 10 was that by Peter?
No, I think he. Oh yeah,
yeah.
it was. Wow. I thought he had caught him on the backswing, but he did not.
Yeah. I think he felt his pressure behind him, and that might have made him change his swing.
It's very clever how they create the opening in the court.
Yep.
They're sort of pounding one guy, get him slightly out of position, and
then hitting into the open spot.
Yep. Great
Wow,
shot.
nice cross drop by Ivan. He's counterpunched several times really well this match. He knows when they're sort of back for the lob, and he just goes short with it.
It's interesting, at the start of the match, I think that Jamie was hitting the majority of the winners.
And now, right.
And now it's Ivan who's really hitting the majority of the winners.
Yeah, he's hit several. He's hit a number. You're right. He certainly hit the most winners this game.
For sure.
Wow, 14-6. They close it out pretty quick. Stout almost even got that one, and that one nicked 5 feet in front of him. That might have been his only tin from back there in the whole match. Shot by Stout to end it.
That's good match.
3 single-figure games. 12 total points, 14 total points lost.
Yeah, so less than a game. So if you are going to have a 3-to-1 ratio in winning points, you're going to win most of your matches.
That's for sure. That's for sure. They played very well, these guys. They played really, really well. They're in perfect position for this tournament at this point.
So given what you've seen, you think the number 2 seeding is appropriate?
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, this is not based on what they've done as a team together. This is based on their individual results with other partners.
Yep.
But as I also said, they're 2 for 2 in terms of tournaments that they played together. So they, for whatever reason, are able to immediately have the proper chemistry. They're certainly one of the teams that has a real chance of winning this tournament.
So just to recap you all, so this first match, we're here at the David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Tournament, 2020 edition. I'm Will Carlin, sitting with Rob Dinnerman, and we just got the very first match of the tournament in the main draw underway. And we had our number 2 seeds playing the local hero, Peter Kelly, and his partner, Alex.
Domenick.
Thank you. They were playing the number 2 seeds, Jamie Stout and Yvonne Badan. And Yvonne Badan and Jamie Stout looked awesome.
Yes, they completely overpowered them. They had the positional advantage. They shot well. They defended really well.
Yes.
And they're in great position going to the quarterfinals tomorrow.
And just to remind you all, they took the top of the draw, but they are the number 2 seeds. So if you do look at the draw online, they're the number 2 seeds because the number 1 seeds, which were
Manic Mather and Chris Callis,
had to pull out. Manic pulled out. Chris Callis is actually in the tournament with a different partner, and he's a number 3 seed.
That's right.
And so it means that these guys who are number 2 seed started off their tournament extremely well.
Absolutely, absolutely. They're right where they want to be right now.
So I said to those of some people who are listening that we might talk about the court a little bit in between matches here. So tell me what you know about the history of the court, and I'll tell you what I know. I hesitate to go first because for those of you who don't know out there, Rob Dinnerman is the quintessential historian of squash. And I believe I know the history of this court fairly well, but I'm going to let Rob go first.
Actually, you should talk about the history. I could talk about the dimensions of the court and the way it acts, which is very distinctive. It's kind of the equivalent of Fenway Park in Boston in some ways. It has sort of a cozy, intimate, a little bit cramped feeling, but you're very aware of the crowd, which is right on top of you.
Yep.
In a way that is not true when you've got a glass back wall in between or anything like that. It's got the beam, and that we talked about that in the first match. That beam not only will pick off balls and cause you to lose points, it'll affect the way you play even on balls that don't hit the beam. Because you're always aware there's that pink elephant in the back of your mind. You're always aware that you have to keep the ball below that. And of the players on the tour, Clive Leach was the best at being able to not hit the beam and yet still get the high shots in an effective spot. And that's a really amazing amount of sort of extemporization on his part. He and Chris Walker are playing tomorrow. They don't play today. But Clive was really better than anybody at adapting to that dimension.
And just for those of you who weren't with us in the first game, that beam is a beam that goes across the court horizontally and is about a third of the way, maybe even a little less than that, 25% of the way from the front wall to the back wall. And it's high up there, but as Rob says, it comes into play a surprising amount.
Absolutely. It definitely affects the way you adjust the ball whenever you're going high with it.
Well, let me tell you the story. At least I believe it's true, but I want to say that it's a story that I've heard since my youth, so I have not actually checked it out. But the story behind the origin of this court was right around the crash of Wall Street in 1929, about a year after that. The members of the casino many of them had a little more time on their hands, and they thought, you know what we want to do is we want to play squash doubles. And so they decided to build this court. And when the construction crew came in, it turned out where they had planned to do it, it was mostly bedrock and granite. And the construction company gave their estimate of how long it was going to take to dig it out. And especially in the middle of the Depression, the members said, no way can we pay for it. So what the members did was the members went down with hammers and shovels and pickaxes and dug out this court. And it took them the better part of a year.
Wow.
And they were all doing it in their spare time and literally taking pails of bedrock and granite up to the street level and dumping it. But as a result, they dug out just enough for the dimensions of the court. And as a result, this court has bedrock and granite behind it, behind the wood walls, which is one of the reasons I believe why it plays so true and plays so consistently. The court is all wood, so the walls are all wood, and behind the wood is solid rock, and on all, or at least three sides, and most of the left-hand side. And as a result, the ball comes and plays. I think most people say that this court is one of the truest courts.
Absolutely, and if you hit a low shot, it really sits down, and the walls are very true also. The ball does not come off at crazy angles. So it actually takes a little bit of adjusting because it's so true.
Yep.
A lot of the other courts are not quite as true.
Not quite as true. Right. It's funny you have to adjust to that. But anyway, that's the history.
Wow.
And I have to tell you that I'm incredibly pleased right now because it's not very often I get to tell Rob Dinnerman any historical fact about squash
brand new
at all.
Brand new information. Thank you for that.
So
it has a look of a place that's been dug out, though. As I say, it's really sort of an entity unto itself, and it's got it's also there are 13 small, steep, dark stairs that you have to descend to get into the court, and that's sort of a little bit of an adventure also.
Is 13 the real number?
Yeah, oh yeah, I counted.
Of course you did. I've been playing here my entire life, and I did not know that it was 13 steps.
I counted.
That's terrific. I love that.
And each one's a little bit of a challenge because they're also small steps. I mean, they're
they
also
are.
You
it's
can't
steep.
extend your feet too far out.
There was a tournament edition of this tournament, the Johnsons, a number of years ago that had a T-shirt made, and the T-shirt was designed by Jen Roos, who is a very good junior player and Princeton player.
From this club.
From this club.
And she played on 2 national championship teams at Princeton.
She did indeed, and she was a great player and a super, really just one of the nicest people in squash. And her T-shirt design for that was of the stairwell.
Oh, really?
Which is why I brought it up. It was a very insider T-shirt because if you know the club, you would look down the stairwell and you see the steps and you see a little shelf and a little water cooler, and she had all that, and that was the entire T-shirt. So
that's good. I'd like to get one of those T-shirts.
I loved that design. It was really nicely done and very insidery. So very cool. All right, Rob, we've got players warming up for match number 2. And why don't you tell us a little bit about what we're expecting to see. So this match is going to be between Eric Bedell and Chris Callis, and Lopez Valdivia and Jamie Haycocks. These are the challengers, so to speak, here, because obviously Callis, we talked about earlier, was the number 1 seed originally, and he's the number 1 player in the world. He's playing with Eric Bedell now, and they are the number 3 seeds in this tournament. These two guys who are warming up right now, Jamie Haycocks and Ricardo Lopez Valdivia, they played a qualifying match this morning at 11 a.m., and luckily for them, they got off fairly quickly. They won 3-zip 15-12, 15-12, 15-10, and they beat Jesse Lane and Peter McIntyre.
Right.
So tell me what you know about these two guys first.
I haven't seen much of either of them. Haycocks was a fairly good player on the PSA Tour, I believe, for a number of years, and he's, I think, relatively new to doubles. I think he recently, after stopping playing on the PSA Tour, moved to a club in the Westchester area that has a doubles court. So he's relatively new. I think he played with Clive Leach in the qualifying for the Briggs Cup a couple of months ago. And I will say this, playing a qualifying match earlier today can go either way. In theory, it could tire them out a little bit, but it shouldn't have because it was a fairly straightforward match. And what also can happen is that now you're used to the court, you've got some momentum, you've got some confidence. That, they're up against they're heavy underdogs certainly.
Yep.
But in some ways they might be better off coming to this match than Peter Kelly and Alex Domenick were. They were started completely cold and from scratch.
Yep.
And they never really got they never really got started. So we'll see how how it plays out. I mean, I think either way, Callis and Bedell are going to win, but. And Bedell's a good player.
Well,
he won a tournament with Robbie Burns in Denver a few years ago. So
they're not even on the court yet, and you're already making predictions about who's going to win the match.
Well,
okay.
I think I can predict them. But again, this team has won a match so far. And they
won a match earlier today.
Yep, and it should be a match that'll get them very used to the court and used to playing with each other, and they should compete well with them.
So let me tell you a little bit about each of the players. You are absolutely right. Jamie Haycocks is on the left. Jamie Haycock, who's on the left, who's got the beard and no hair on the top of his head. He, as you said, he was actually ranked number 50 in the world in singles. He was a full-time PSA player, and over even the past year, he's played in a bunch of tournaments. The Toronto Classic, he was runner-up in. The Bermuda Open, which is a fairly prestigious tournament, he was runner-up in. He was a semifinalist in the Hyder, which takes place here in New York, and a quarterfinalist in February this month in the EM Knoll Classic. So he's a good player. He's been playing professionally since 2007. He was also a UK racquetball champion. Now, racquetball in the UK is very different than here. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But he's a good player. He knows his way around the court. As you said, he's relatively new to doubles. I say relatively. He has played a bunch of tournaments. This is not his first tournament, but he hasn't been playing for as many years as some of the others. His partner is Ricardo Lopez Valdivia, and he is a player who came out of the University of Rochester. He was the third player in Rochester history to win the prestigious Skillman Award, which is given to perhaps it's not just about ability, it's also about attitude and sportsmanship in college squash. It's a very, very prestigious. If you were you had your desire to win one trophy, that would probably be the one that you'd want to win. He's a first-team All Liberty League selection. He finished 12-9 in his senior season. He qualified for the individual championships and reached the semifinals. So he's a very, very good player. In the intercollegiate doubles, he paired with Ashley Davies, who is the #1 player in college squash for a couple years, and they reached the semifinals of the intercollegiate doubles championships. And so he knows the game. It's but at this level, this may be a little bit different. Although, as you said, they won their qualifying match this morning, 3-zip.
Yep, over a good team from Boston. Yep.
Over a good team. And they were close games, 12-12 and 10. And if you sort of wanted to get into a tournament,
that's a good way to do it.
3 close games, but to win 3-zip, especially if you're playing again in the afternoon, that's probably a good way to do it. So they've finished their warm-up, and they are, as you said, definitively the underdogs. But it could be interesting because they're warmed up and ready to go.
It'll be interesting if they start well. Again, just like with Alex and Peter, if they don't start well, Callis and Bedell may just run away with this. Callis and Bedell are both racket and tennis people. Chris is a member there. Eric is one of the pros there. So they probably, even though they weren't expecting to play as partners this event because Chris is going to be playing with Monik Mathur, they've been on court together plenty. And they should be able to mesh, very, very well.
Now, Chris is recently, actually a year ago, this tournament, I believe he became the #1 player in the world.
That's right.
And so he's the #1 player in the world, and Eric is number 34 in the world. But part of that is because he doesn't play as much, and he hasn't had, when he does play, he's only occasionally been paired with a player of the quality of Chris, and as a result, his ranking is deceptively lower than his skill level.
Right. He was, I think, also a Heights Casino alum.
Yes.
He grew up at Heights. He also got to the finals of the U.S. National Doubles last season, playing with Jamie Stout.
He's a very good player. He played here. He played in Bates. He went to Bates College, and he's actually currently getting his MBA at NYU in Stern.
Oh, really?
So he's studying and playing squash. Sometimes a good combination. They can help each other. No, he's a good player, and as you said, he's from here in Brooklyn, he's ranked 34 in the world in doubles, but the reality is the tour knows how good he is, because you wouldn't have the #1 player paired with the number 34 player and make them the #3 seeds, unless there was a lot of respect for
Right.
as well.
But the heat is going to be on him this tournament.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, they're going to stay away from Chris. I'm sure that'll be true in this match and a later match as well.
Absolutely. So let's just talk about Chris for a second. He has, before Domenick got hurt with a hamstring tear this time, as you said, he had an Achilles tear a couple years ago and a sprained ankle. But before he got hurt, they had won 3 tournaments in a row, and they were looking really good.
This is
and they were cranking right along. So now, tell me what you think it's like to make the adjustment to a new partner right away.
It's a big adjustment, and to be honest, I'm a little surprised Chris is on the right, because Bedell's usually better on the right, and Chris can play a very good left wall. So I'm a little surprised they're doing it this way, but I think they'll be fine with each other. And this match should get them, if they get through it, in a position where they're ready to play well the rest of the tournament as well. Chris, by the way, was the captain of Princeton of the 2012 team that finally ended Trinity College's 13-year run of Potter Cup championships.
And he played against Domenick Mahor.
That was in 09. But they
played against each other.
And that year was the Trinity won 5-4, and Domenick beat Chris as one of Trinity's 5 wins. But 3 years at that point, Domenick was a senior at Trinity, and Chris was only a freshman at Princeton. But 3 years later, in Chris's senior year, Princeton beat Trinity 5-4 to win the Potter Cup. They were down 4 matches to 2, and Todd Harrity, who has won several U.S. National SL Green Championships, was one of the 3 winners in Princeton's comeback win. So Chris has been, part of winning teams, and in both college teams and in doubles.
And he's won obviously a number of big tournaments in doubles just this year, and he's looking to get his campaign underway. He was the #1 seed. He's now the #3 seed, and this is match number 2 of the tournament. In a draw of 16 teams, I believe there are 15 matches, so we're in match 2 out of 15 that we will be here with you.
And 2 out of 4 tonight.
And 2 out of 4 for tonight. That's exactly right. So we're doing the top half of the draw tonight and the bottom half of the draw tomorrow night.
Hello.
And then the quarters on Friday and on from there.
Quarters Friday, semis Saturday, and the finals on Sunday afternoon.
Yes, 3 o'clock.
So the first 3 matches tonight, tomorrow, and Friday, first 3 evenings, are all evening matches. They start at 4:30 and then go into the evening. On Saturday, they're late afternoon, and on Sunday, it's mid-afternoon.
Yep, exactly.
So, so set your calendars appropriately. And we hope that some of you who are listening and watching us now will actually be here as well.
When are you guys doing the score?
All right,
Am I
so
doing
the
the score?
number 3 seeds are going to serve. Chris Callis, who's the number 1 player in the world, it looks like he's going to serve. First point of the match. And their opponents are Jamie Haycocks and Ricardo Lopez Valdivia. And we're about to get underway.
Yep.
Again, this is Will Carlin. I'm here with Rob Dinnerman. 2020 David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Tournament in Brooklyn Heights. First round match. Between Chris Callis and Eric Bedell, who are in the white. They are the number 3 seeds. And Ricardo Lopez Valdivia and Jamie Haycocks, who are in the blue. And they won a qualifying match just a few hours ago at 11 o'clock this morning. And Rob said earlier that that may give them at least a feeling of confidence and of being warmed up. My suspicion is we may be waiting for a referee.
Yeah, I was going to say it's taking a little longer getting. I think they're ready now.
This tournament, I think right now in these early rounds, it's being refereed by players. I was actually, for a number of years, I was the head referee for this tournament a long time ago.
In white shirts, Jamie Haycocks, Ricardo Lopez in blue shirts. Love all.
Here we go.
Down the middle.
Right down the middle.
Yep.
So those of you who have been with us since the beginning of
that
this,
only happened once in the other match.
Yeah, Rob and I talked about the ball down the middle, but we were talking about it actually with lefties, and in the last match, the first match, both left wall players were lefties, and in this match, both left wall players are righties.
One love left.
So the down the middle shot's a little less obvious here.
Yep.
Scores 1-all. I think the referee may not know how to use the scoring system right now, so we'll try and keep you updated. The score on the screen is not correct.
Yeah, it is. That's right.
It's 1-all. Well, I'll say this. Eric, you said he might be nervous. There was an error, but he looks, if I'm just looking at his demeanor here, he looks relaxed.
He's getting most of the balls, though.
Yeah, he is getting most of the balls. You predicted that. You knew that was going to happen.
That's definitely their game plan.
Yeah, 3-2.
That might have been the first beam ball of the day. Yeah. Good nick.
But you're right. You were right when you said that.
3-all.
Valdivia and Haycock may look maybe well prepared for this.
Yeah, they're starting. They're
They started
starting
well.
pretty well. Yep, they are.
Yeah, no let.
Yeah, Haycocks played the right wall when he was in the
4-3, right
Briggs
side.
Cup, so he's apparently versatile enough to have moved over.
Let. 4-3.
And just to remind viewers, the lets and the strokes in doubles are a little bit different than they are in singles. That was probably a stroke situation in singles, but as Rob described earlier, if you hit the ball back at yourself, you're more likely to have a stroke called against you in doubles. If your opponent hits it at you, it's almost never a stroke.
That's right. That's why it's safer to go cross court when in doubt. Nice shot by Eric.
Yep.
Left side 5-3.
One thing about Eric is he's always been able to hit the ball very hard. Particularly off his forehand, but he can do it with his backhand as well. Wow.
Nice shot, but they're not afraid of this team. This qualifying team is standing up to them.
6-3.
That's a good shot.
That's a really nice shot.
Yeah. And Lopez Valdivia can really move.
Yeah.
He's had a couple of very good gets already.
Rob, who would you say is the best mover on tour?
Well, Victor Berg was for many years. Who's the best mover now? That's an interesting question.
Left
you know,
side 7-3.
I think Domenick Mahor, when he's healthy,
Yes. Yeah.
might be. I
Right.
mean, he moves
Ball.
like a gazelle. I
Yeah,
mean,
he
he's
does.
just-
And he has that long stretch also.
He has that long stretch.
And he can stay
he
in
makes-
balance too.
He makes more unbelievable gets.
Yeah.
And
And,
I don't know if
and
he's
more
the-
unbelievable shots.
Yes.
He's also a tremendous shooter.
Well, I mean, he's been
Right.
one of the best players.
Hand out
Right.
4-7.
One or two of
Hand
you
out.
know, for the
Right.
last number of years.
Right,
He
and
was-
he won this event twice with Damian Mudge.
Yep.
Before Mudge got too injured and had to stop playing.
he was.
Down.
He will go down as Mudge's
Left side
last
4-8.
That's
real
right.
partner. Mudge had at least 3, I guess, major partners.
He had 4 major partners. He had Gary Waite,
Oh, Gary Waite. I forgot
Victor
Gary.
Berg,
Right.
Ben Gould, and Domenick Mather.
Yep.
And Gary and Damian Mudge won this tournament 17 times in a row
In a row.
from 2002 through 2018.
So let me ask you just, I want to focus on this match, but since we brought up Damian, certainly the greatest doubles player in history.
No
I
doubt,
think,
no doubt,
nobody could.
no conversation even.
9-4.
And he won it many years playing each wall.
Right.
He didn't just stay on the right. He played with Berg. He played the left wall with Berg and Ben Gould, and the right with Gary and Domenick Mather.
Now, he did have great partners, but
No let.
you win the same tournament 17
Yes.
times in a row with
Right.
4 different
10-4.
partners.
Not only that, he has the record for every major tournament. He's won more of each major tournament that the tour offers more often than anybody else in history. So, not 17 with any of the others, but he had a couple of close calls here. But he's always somehow found a way out.
So with all that, he just retired last year. How missed is he?
How
Missed is he?
he's tremendously missed. Not only was he, had this unbelievable record, but he was very charismatic, very flamboyant. You know, he'd have been a matinee idol if squash, you know, had those. He was just sort of a strapping Australian who was confident in the way he played, very popular with the members at each of the clubs.
It's a great point, by the way. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this is a...
Right side, 11-4.
He tried hard in the Pro-Am matches, which, you know, not every pro does in every match. He's tremendously missed. And not only that, you know, a lot of the great players from a couple of years ago are no longer on the tour. Clive Leach is barely on, but he was a great player. Victor Berg doesn't play on the tour anymore. Ben Gould retired a couple of years ago. You know, the 5 or 6 best players of just as recently as 3 or 4 years ago are mostly left. And the tour doesn't quite have the same identity without them that it did, because they so defined it with the way they played over the course of a decade.
Left side,
but
12-4.
Mudge was the leader of the pack in that respect. So he is tremendously missed. Last year, he had a major operation in August of 2018.
Right side.
And last year he didn't play, but the feeling was, and his feeling was, that he was going to be back on tour this year. So it wasn't really like there wasn't going to be any more Damien. He was just gone for a while. Then when he did not recover, he retired
Left
this
side,
past August, and now it's sort
13-5.
of permanent. So this is sort of the first year where there's not going to be Damien at any point, even though his last tournament was in the spring of 2018.
6-13.
Well, meanwhile, back here at this match, Callis and Bedell, the number 3 seeds, are looking sharp. As you suspected, Jamie Haycocks and Ricardo Valdivia have played well.
But they're down 14-6.
Left side, 6-14 game ball. Left.
Kind of quietly they won those points, because the points look like they've been pretty well contested.
Yeah. This is a high quality of squash, but...
Yeah.
Callis and Bedell.
And Callis has a certain dynamism that nobody else on court has in this match. He's very clearly the best player on court.
So almost like the first match where we watched the number 2 seeds play, this one has gotten underway in a very nice way for the number 3 seeds. That was one of Eric Bedell's best shots of the first game, that little roll corner there. Yeah. They were definitely playing Eric, but he more than responded to the challenge.
Did. He's going to have to do that all weekend, though.
He hit a bunch of good short shots, but he also had some good power in that game.
Yep.
And because the Haycock and Valdivia were playing him more, he was more of a presence in that first game than was Callis.
That's right.
So, welcome, guys. This is match number 2 of the evening, 2 of 4 matches. I'm Will Carlin. I'm going to be your host all the way through to the finals. And my color commentator right now is Rob Dinnerman. He did the first match, and he's doing this match. And we may have him here for the evening. We're not sure yet, but he's willing to go. Rob is one of the most storied historians of the game of squash. He is a walking encyclopedia. And in fact, he is, I have a pretty good memory of my own matches, but occasionally I've gotten a point sequence of a high school match, and Rob will say, "No, Will, you actually did something different," and he's usually right. So
we haven't had too many of those exchanges recently, though.
No, we haven't. But you are really gifted in your knowledge and your passion and your history of the game, and you're well known for it by the whole squash community, and it's appreciated. We need to have historians to remind us of the past. So while we have a moment here, you have a recent book that was not one of you've written a bunch of books for school history and the like, but you have one that's of more generic interest, especially to those of us who play hardball. And would you like to just tell a little bit about your book?
Sharif Khan was the #1 player of the WPSA Pro Hardball Tour for about a decade and a half, starting in the late 60s and going well into the 1980s. And for many years, he'd been speaking with me about writing something about his life.
One love.
We finally
Callis,
did
Bedell.
that. It's called The Sheriff of Squash.
I love that name.
The Life and Times of Sharif Khan. I worked with him, and it was a wonderful experience. We'll talk about that a little bit more. This game's already started.
All right, we're back here again just to orient everybody. The number 3 seeds are in the white. It's Chris Callis, who is on the right-hand side of the court, and Eric Bedell is on the left-hand side of the court. Their opponents are Jamie Haycock, who is on the left side of the court in the dark shirt.
1 love left.
And Ricardo Valdivia, who is on the right-hand side of the court, receiving serve right now. The number 3 seeds won the first game, 15-6, and we are in point number 2 of the second game. This is the second match of the evening at the 2020 David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Tournament in Brooklyn Heights.
Let. 1 love left.
Chris Callis had knee surgery in July. He's moving really, really well.
Yeah,
He doesn't look-
he's got a strap on that knee, but he is looking unaffected by it for sure.
Down.
top of the tin there.
2 love right.
Yep.
Let. Right side, 2 love. Three love, left side.
It looked like the ball must have hit the nick on the back wall
Yeah,
there.
he lost it back there. Yep. I just hit the beam, I think.
Yep.
4 love.
That is a Heights Casino special. There is
Yes,
a
that's
beam
right.
that is about goes across the court horizontally. And Rob and I have talked about it both in the last match and this one a little bit.
Okay.
Let. 4 love.
Chris is serving early and fast. He
Right
looks
side.
like he wants to really run them off right now. He's looking like he's just more aggressive than at the beginning of the match. That's not gotten to the front.
No. Oh, it did make it.
Down.
Wow.
Great save by Valdivia.
Hand out 1-4.
That was Jamie Haycock who got it back off the back wall.
Yeah, but great save at the front. But
Oh, yeah, yep.
on the drop shot.
Sorry. You are right. I do like the way Jamie and
Yes.
Ricardo are playing. They're
Yep.
playing. The score looks very dominant, and it is because the other team is just more experienced and maybe better. But these guys are playing good squash.
Yep, and they're not afraid of Chris. I think they sagged a little bit at the end of that first game, but they look like they're ready to battle again now.
Whoa.
Okay. He's gotten trapped a few times at the left wall.
Yeah, you've seen that as well.
Left side.
Jamie Haycock is a
Jamie,
very
1-5.
experienced singles player, but a couple times he's wound up hitting forehands
With his back to the left wall.
with his butt against the left wall.
Not much room on that. And that time he had to try to hit a backhand
Yeah.
with his back to the wall.
Yeah. So that's where
Hand
his
out.
relative, he's not
6-1.
brand new to doubles, but he is probably of these 4 players maybe the least experienced on the doubles court. That's a
Nice reverse. Yeah.
Yep.
7-1.
Hey,
As
Jake.
you say, it's going to be through the weekend when the better teams are really hitting, really pressuring Eric. It's going to be interesting to see, but he's played very well this match.
Yep.
This is a
8-1.
very nice beginning for him.
That was a nice cross court. Nicked at exactly the right spot.
Yep.
Good serve.
So this is
9-1.
one where we
Okay.
saw it a little bit in the first match, but this is one where it looks like Jamie's getting a little bit frustrated.
Yeah. And
And-
Haycocks looks a little harried right now. He's
Yep.
had a couple of bad tins.
It's a commentator curse because as soon as I said they were playing pretty well, Jamie started to look a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But Valdivia's he's looked good.
Yeah, he's quick to the ball and he swings out well.
Down. Nine two.
Wow.
But this is
Yeah.
pretty dominating right now.
Yep.
Left side, 10-2.
Nice reverse again. Eric stepping into that really well.
Both corners too. Nice shot.
Nice shot.
Handout, 3-10.
Almost got caught there on the wall again.
Yeah.
Tried to take it off his shoe tops.
Left side, 3-11.
Chris puts the ball in really uncomfortable
second,
spots.
Jamie.
You're always a little bit off balance on his trying to play his ball.
Yeah, that's a very good point because we were attributing a little bit to Jamie's inexperience on the left
Handout,
wall there, but
12-3.
you know, we should take nothing away from Chris Callis, who is #1 in the world for a reason, and part of it is that he makes life awkward for his opponents.
Yep. That's part of why he pinned Haycocks at the back wall a number of times, into the left wall a number of times.
Left side, 13-3.
Oh boy.
That's actually
So
probably
he sort of rushed that a little bit.
Yeah. We haven't seen a lot of those errors from
No.
Ricardo.
No. But that's what you do when you're under constant pressure.
Yeah. And I keep saying that they're not playing badly. It's 13-3.
Yeah, no, the score's not good.
Is that a winner?
Right side, 14-3 game ball.
No, it wasn't.
no, okay.
He got stuck again.
I thought the way they were laughing, I was like,
No.
God.
He almost snuck to the front.
There it is again.
Game,
Yeah.
Got
15-3.
around
Haycocks
there.
had an open ball there and didn't make them pay.
Yeah.
He wasn't quite sure what shot to hit.
I mean, that's his inexperience. And, the thing is that I would say as a general rule, and see if you agree with me on this, Rob, but as a general rule, in double squash, the left wall player is hitting more winners or more aggressive shots than the right wall person.
Usually the left wall player ends up taking more swings at the ball than the right wall person. That's part of it.
Yep.
The classic doubles matchup used to be hard hitter on the right, shooter on the left.
Yep.
That's not every team
It
goes that way at
subscribes to
this
that.
point.
Yep.
But you certainly get more opportunities to shoot when you're on the left wall.
So the reason I brought that up is that Jamie has not really been that in this match.
Right.
He has not been. He hasn't really known when to shoot effectively and when to play defensively.
Right. And that's how I'm surprised he's on the left. As I said, he was on the right in the tournament that I saw, and that's at this point of his game a better wall for him probably.
It probably is because he can certainly hit the ball hard. One of the
Exactly.
things that people who come from the Pro Tour, the Pro Singles Tour,
Right.
is they are.
Yeah, like Cameron Pilley, who's in this as well.
They can all hit the ball hard.
you were asking about the Sharif book earlier.
Oh yeah, sure. You want to
Just as I say,
the Sheriff of Squash. So
Yep.
just to orient everybody, I had asked Rob. Rob has written a number of books, and one of them, his most recent book, is about Sharif Khan, who is the best hardball player in the world for 15 years.
Right. Sharif actually brought this up to me close to 30 years ago.
Wow.
And he finally, what I know now, which I didn't know then, is that he would not have written this book while his father Hashem was alive.
Okay.
Hashem died in 2014 at the age of about 100. Sharif speaks a lot about the dynamics of of growing up in that sort of really old school Pakistani family,
Yep.
being sent to prep school without even knowing the English language in London, 10,000 miles away, being told he was supposed to marry the person he married one day before the wedding. There's a lot of the book actually is Sharif's navigating the family that he came up in and the culture that he came up in with the modern world that he then entered. And it's way beyond just a chronicle of Sharif's tremendous squash exploits. The format we use, which I wasn't sure if was going to work or not, but it really does, is there's an alternation of my prose with his reflections. I will describe a tournament that he played in and won, and then he, really speaking through his wife, Karen Khan, who's my co-author, talks about what the experience was like for him. What made him nervous, what made him scared, what made him angry, and how he reacted to that. And it really is, it was a privilege and honor for me to be the person whom Sharif wanted to write this with. But he's been waiting for a very long time to make his statement about what his life has really been like. And circumstances finally liberated him to do that.
It's all about me,
And that's what happened with this book.
Right.
And it was it's really
games
very.
Are two love.
It's a great story, and his life is a great
Love
story.
all. Thank you for
and
the
he
help
tells
there.
it very well.
Love all.
Now Sharif did not play the Pro Doubles Tour.
Only
very much.
rarely.
He played
only
a
rarely.
couple of events.
Right.
And it was clear in those events he could have been an amazing doubles player, but he didn't do it.
Out.
But we are here at the Johnson Doubles Tournament that had many players who played with Sharif, who were champions here. And this tournament has a long and prestigious history. It's Rob said it is the longest running doubles tournament, hardball doubles tournament in the world. And it's got a great history here in Brooklyn Heights. We saw in our first match the number 2 seeds, and now we are watching the number 3 seeds who are in the white. That's Eric Bedell and Chris Callis, and they both the number 2 seeds who won earlier, and now the number 3 seeds have looked very strong. So
this is the first time they've been behind in a game. They're down 1-0.
They're down 1-0.
Yes. Right.
Left side, 2 love.
2 love. Well, they've Jimmy Haycocks and Ricardo Valdivia have almost equaled their point total from the second game.
That's true.
And
Right side, 3 love.
Now they have.
Yeah.
So it's a good start.
That's a stroke. With it, lucky to get out of
3
there
love.
with only a let. And again, he was stuck with his back to the left wall.
Yep.
That could have been a stroke easily.
Yep. And just to replay for everybody, stroke is more likely in doubles if you hit it back at
4
yourself.
love.
Well, good shot.
Yeah.
That's exactly the shot we were saying he hadn't been hitting the first couple of games. Oh.
Out of court.
Almost behind his back.
Right side, 4-1.
Wow. Down the middle, and it worked.
Yep.
Unlucky.
A beam ball, I think.
Hand out, 2-4.
Yeah. Nice nick.
That is a
Left
shot you
side,
don't
2-5.
see very often. Starting at
2-5,
about
yeah.
when
But-
you are physically a foot from the left wall and you get a forehand.
Exactly. He's hitting as many forehands as he can. He's really trying to hit forehands. Okay, good play. We didn't hurt himself here. No, okay.
2-5. Play let.
I think Ricardo was already feeling that on his
Okay,
leg
yes.
somewhere.
Yeah.
But luckily, Chris held up.
Yeah, and luckily didn't pull a muscle. It looked just for a moment like he might have.
Right side, 3-5.
Nice
Very pretty
shot.
shot.
Nice shot. This guy can get to the front also, Ricardo. I mean,
Ricardo is fast.
he's the fastest guy on this court here.
Yep.
In this match.
Wow.
You asked earlier who the fastest guy on the tour is now.
4-5.
Yep.
I think James Bamber, who I think plays a little PSA still also. He's in Greenwich, Connecticut, a young player from England. He's very, very fast out there. He and Michael Ferrer actually won a tournament a couple of months ago. Whoa.
Let, 4-5, left.
Oh boy. Could have gotten hit on that. That was very, very lucky that he didn't.
It's an interesting, if you're talking about speed, doubles court is big enough that I think you could have somebody who is a great retriever who's not necessarily the fastest player, and you could see the raw speed on somebody who's really fast. So I don't know if you were making a differentiation in your mind. It's one of the reasons why I brought up Domenick Mahor, because I think he might not be the fastest because of the way he lopes.
Out of court.
But he's the best retriever you
But
think.
I think he gets balls
Fly
back
ball.
that I just I am mind boggled.
No, he has a tremendous stretch, and he anticipates well, and he's got a great reach with his arm too. It's very hard to get the ball over
Left
him.
side,
actually.
6-5.
But I wouldn't necessarily argue with you about the speed of.
Bamber's very, very fast. He's
No.
sort of like Victor Berg was about 10 years ago. So they've already from love 4. It's now 6-5.
Yep. Those of you who might hear children in the background, the Heights Casino is definitively a family club.
That's right.
And,
We're hearing some of that.
We love that about the casino. It's one of the things that makes it really
There's
unique.
that same shot. Wow. Huh?
Eric
right
has
side,
played very
Bedell,
well.
7-5.
Eric is playing very well. This is a
Yeah,
very
he is.
good
I thought he
start
was
for
going to hit
him.
the roll corner. He's hit that from several times in that same spot for
Yeah.
winners.
Out of court.
Nice
Thanks.
shot. Nice shot. Boy,
Hand out,
that's
6-7.
That's a classic case of these floors really holding the ball.
Yep.
Like you said before about how true the wood is, because there are plenty of courts with that would have bounced up more on. Roll corner.
A forehand roll
6-8.
corner from the back of the court.
That was the classic Paul Price shot. Paul used to hit that shot a lot. He actually was a British Open finalist in 2000, and had a great career on the SDA doubles tour as well.
7-8.
Another Nick. He's catching some now.
Yeah.
This Haycocks' best game by far.
Out of court.
Wow. He's hit a couple of beam balls.
Hand out, 9-7.
It's a sickening feeling when you hit it, you know it's going to hit the beam
Yeah.
a second or two before it does. And at that point, it's too late to do anything but watch in dismay.
Wow. Watch how it just rolls.
Left
in
side,
the-
10-7.
Great shot.
Really
Not
nice.
much of an angle to hit that at, too. That
Yep.
wasn't easy to get into a nick.
And Ricardo's very fast over there.
Yep. Whoa. Oh, great nick by Eric.
I'm telling you, Rob, I really feel like
That
he's
is a
been-
great shot he just
Right
hit.
side, 11-9.
That wasn't even an
Callis.
easy get. That was a good roll corner that Ricardo just hit.
11-7.
I mean, we know that Chris Callis
Thank you,
is an
James.
amazing player and #1 player in the world, deservedly.
I'm writing
But
it down.
Eric has played he's won more of their points than Chris has in this match.
Another winner, I think, just now.
12-7.
Yeah. They're going to rise and fall this weekend, depending on how well if Eric can keep playing like this.
Yep.
And he didn't know until about 2 or 3 days before this tournament that
side,
he was playing in
12-7.
it, because Manic pulled out over the weekend.
Right.
So he really wanted to play, but his doctor said absolutely not.
Injuries are a rough
Well, they're cruising now.
thing. Yep.
13-7.
Wow. That was sort
14-7
sort of a
match
desperate
ball.
swing. That was kind of a try to steal a point swing.
Game match to Bedell and Callis.
Wow.
15-6, 15-3, 15-7.
So we saw 2 matches with it, all of which were single-figure games.
All of which were single-figure games. And, to be fair, we did see the #2 seed
Yes,
and the #3
that's
seed.
right, that's right,
and
that's
they showed that their seeding is appropriate and worthwhile.
Right.
They both, it really sort of dream starts for them both. And particularly, both teams, because this is a team that doesn't normally play together a lot. And to get a start like this, and particularly for Eric, who, as you said, didn't know until a couple days ago that he was playing, and he's playing with the #1 player in the world.
That's right.
He's playing at his home, a club that he grew up at.
Yep, which involves its own pressure, too.
For sure it does.
Right. Yep.
And all of those things mean this is a really nice start for him.
Yeah, no, he played great. He played absolutely great.
And as you said, a lot of the fortune is going to rise and fall because the better players are going to play him like crazy. But if you wanted to sort of figure out how could I feel good,
this
by
is the
hitting
way.
a lot of winners,
This is the way.
and playing well, this is it.
Right, absolutely. And there's no doubt that he and Chris have done some practicing together at racket and tennis prior to this.
Yep,
They just
sure.
look very, very familiar with each other. And
But look at that. I mean, the drop shot, that backhand drop shot, he also hit a bunch of reverse corners and a bunch of near walls.
And a good roll corner, a couple of good roll corners too.
Yep.
Yeah. You know what there weren't almost anything of in either of these matches? Very few 3 walls.
It's true. We saw the 1-3 wall that was from Jamie Haycocks as he hit with his butt, against the wall where he hit that reverse.
Right.
So, well, Rob, thank you. This has been very good for the first 2 matches. And we've got 2 more matches coming up. We're a little bit ahead of schedule right now. So we will have a little bit of a break, I think.
The next match is due to start at 6, is it? At 6:30?
6:30, I believe.
No, I'm sure that's right.
So I think we have a little bit of time.
When are you playing?
So the next match here is Adam Bews and Colin West against Bobby Burns and Jordan Greenberg.
That's interesting. But I think Bobby also went to Bates. I think maybe Jordan did too. I think those guys may have been even there together.
Correct. They were.
And they're playing who again?
And they're playing Adam Bews and Colin West.
Okay. Adam and Colin got to the finals of the Canadian National Doubles this past spring.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And they've had some very good results. Colin won the Intercollegiate Individual Championships in 2010.
I did know that.
And played briefly on the PSA Tour.
Yep.
Adam is the home pro here, the head pro right here.
Yep.
And so I'm sure they'll get plenty of support from the members. It's just about the time of evening where the members are going to be likely to fill that gallery.
Yep. Well, that's why it's one of the feature matches.
Right.
The two matches, the 6:30.
Oh, and one other thing,
7:30.
Bobby Burns was the squash pro here before Adam was.
Correct.
So he'll have a bit of a following as well.
And then in the evening match, just to bring our squash pro at the Heights Casino, we have Graham Bassett and Anvari, Ahmed was a junior member here,
Yep.
and Graham was the head pro before Bobby Burns, right here at the casino. And they are playing the team that actually qualified this afternoon. They actually didn't finish their match until 2:40. They're playing Elroy, Leong, and Tor Christoffersen. So we've got two very fun and should be entertaining matches coming up. But the next match is due in about 10 minutes, and we are going to take a little bit of a break here, and we'll be back in about 5 more minutes.
Okay. It's great, Will.
Thanks,
Great
Rob.
job. I enjoyed this.
Welcome back to the 2020 David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Tournament. I'm your host, Will Carlin. I will be here throughout the weekend for every single tournament all the way through. And I'd like to introduce you all to Jeff Osborne, who is here back from Australia, where you've been for over a decade now. Back and playing in the tournament and playing some good squash. So welcome, Jeff.
Thank you. It's good to be here. I think the last time I played this tournament was either 2003 or 4. So it's been almost 15 years since I've been to the Heights Casino, but I really love this court. It's a great court. It's got a bit of a lower roof, but because it's sunk down into the ground, this court plays really fast, makes really beautiful sound, and when you get out there and you really start hitting the ball hard and moving it around, it really performs beautifully. So I think that's conducive to a lot of really good matches. So I think what we're going to see here is a really good match.
Burns and Greenberg to serve, Bews and West to receive.
All right, well, they've finished their warm-up. You know, the first two matches, the warm-up took a long time, but we'll get this one out here.
Play has just begun.
Second. Yep, play has just begun.
So in the blue, we've got Bews and West. Adam Bews obviously being the pro here at the Heights Casino.
Yep.
The Scottish native.
And they are playing in the, what color would you call that?
I'm going to go with dark blue on
Side
this
out,
one.
one love.
The dark blue for those two, but then the other two players are...
We could call that maroon, maybe?
Maroon? It's kind of a weird shade, whatever it is. They are Bobby Burns and Jordan Greenberg.
Bobby and Jordan are known for their unusual color combinations. Bobby should be fairly familiar with this court, I'm thinking.
Yes, so Bobby Burns was the pro here for a number of years. He was the pro in charge of adult squash, which meant primarily doubles, but also some singles. I actually took a number of doubles lessons from him. He was really a nice guy and a lot of fun and a good player. He and Jordan both went to Bates, and so they're
2 love left.
They know each other well. They've known each other for a long time,
and they're both, Jordan's at the University Club in Midtown, and Bobby's at the Racket and Tennis Club. So they're only a block or so away from each other. So I'd say they've played quite a bit together.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great shot from Adam.
And just to fill you in on their rankings, so Jordan is now ranked 31 in the SDA, and Bobby is ranked number 60.
Hold.
All right, 3 love early start here.
So Adam and Colin. Colin, some of you may know, actually won the intercollegiate singles title just a few years ago. I think that was...
Who did he play for there?
3 years ago. He played for Harvard.
Yeah, okay.
He
Second
was,
hand
he was
from the
Harvard's
left,
number 1
3-1.
guy, and he was I think his senior year he had an 11-1 record at the number 1, and then he won the intercollegiate title. So he's a very good singles player, and he's number 19 currently in the FDA. And Colin, his partner, is he's number 20, and Adam, who's his partner, Adam Bews, is number 19. So they're both in the top 20.
Great middle ball there.
In theory, they would be the favored team here.
Yeah, and I think out of all the first round matches, this one probably has the most promise to be a real close one.
5-1.
There is Jordan sinks one into the ceiling, but it's a good matchup. This one, I like it a bit. I'd say probably West and Bews maybe have a little more firepower, but the other two are quite creative and they'll handle the pace quite well. Jordan moves really well as well, so he'll get a lot of balls back. That is crushed. Did you see that?
Right side, 6-1.
A little bit of power there.
Yeah, he's a strong boy. He's got some wide shoulders there, and I only saw him for the first time the other week at the Briggs, and man, he really hits the ball well. Good looking player.
This is actually one of the first times I can remember where there is a former Heights Casino pro against the current Heights Casino pro. We've had, members and juniors who have come up and played against each other, but this is interesting because I'm going to be interested to listen to the crowd and see who they're pulling for, because Bali was very popular, and I think Adam's done a great job since he's been here.
Wow, I think that's hit the vertical nick there. Let's have a closer look.
7-1.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
has.
just
That,
popped out. Nicely done.
That thing just dies up there when you hit that spot.
7-1. That's a very good start for Adam and Colin.
Yeah, they've had a bit of a roll of it. Jordan's been a
That
little
is
bit passive there at
That's
the moment.
a heavy hit
8-1.
ball there.
God, he can hit it. It's good to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, doubles is a funny game though. So from an 8-1 lead, they could easily run away with this, but the tides can turn quite quickly, and it just takes one team to get a bit of a roll on. See, Jordan hit that boast there; it just popped out of the nick. So, if they start staying down, it could cause a lot of trouble all of a sudden. And yeah, that's a good spot. Bobby
Left
struggling
side,
a little out there.
9-1.
The inside word, though, Will, that I've received from an unnamed source is that Jordan's been a little under the weather the last couple of days. I don't know that will affect him all that much today because he's a pretty tough guy. He's a trooper and he'll get at it. But maybe at the start while he's just working it all out. Oh, that was a great shot from Bobby. Might take him a bit to get going. This is a great rally.
Nice coverage.
Oh, Adam just hit the back.
One out. I don't think anybody was expecting that.
Side out,
No.
2-9.
No. So here we go. This is their chance to make a bit of a run for it now. Oh, wow.
Interestingly, in the first two
2-10.
matches, they were both 3-0, and the losing team has not yet gotten to double digits.
Yeah, wow.
So we've had fairly decisive, although the rallies in some of the matches have been good. Sort of like this, the rallies are not bad, but
Yeah, I managed to watch a bit of those first two, and it was interesting. The last match, Ricardo and Jamie haven't played all that much doubles, and I had a bit of a word to them between games, and I thought they improved really
Side
well.
up.
That's another great shot from
Jamie's
Bews.
best game, Jamie Haycocks'
Side out,
best game by
11-2.
far was the third game.
Yeah.
I don't know when you spoke to him, but
Yeah.
he was a completely different player. I mean, he was making errors, he was not shooting, he needed to shoot.
Yeah.
And he came out, and especially at the start of the third game, they played really
Well, he's
nicely.
one of those guys. He's got a great racket on him. He's a really good singles player. There you go, Bobby. And
11-3.
he just needs to learn where to put the ball and where to stand. And I think he's going to be a pain in the butt on the doubles tour for me to play him after a while. So I don't know why I was helping him, to be honest. But anyway.
All right, well, this is a very good start for Colin and Adam here. They've looked
Yeah,
very strong.
That's a good get, Bobby. Bobby likes the heat. He can handle it.
Yeah, he can hit the ball hard.
Well, and when you blast him at Bobby, he always manages to get a racket on it and just put it back somewhere. Oh, that's a great shot. Bobby Burns. Look at that. He was on it early, pushed it straight into that corner.
He's starting to feel it.
Yeah, that's a tough one because, maybe Adam needs to, Westy needs
Side
to get
out,
up on
4-11.
that and cover that when Bews is all the way back in that back corner. But, yeah, that's a great shot.
What I'd like about this is that if I would say chances of coming back to win this game are low, but if they can get a few good points here at the end of the game, it can really change the momentum for game number 2.
Yeah, I would say 8-11 is the magic number. If they can get to 8 here before the other boys get to 12, I think they might get a little nervous and this becomes a good game.
Yep. The quality of the points is definitely getting better, though.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think they're going a bit longer. They're pushing the ball to the back. I generally rate the quality of a rally by how many balls reach the back wall. Oh, that's a great shot.
You guys can't see it, but
Bobby from the left.
both Jeff
4-12.
and I just clapped after that point.
Like a good point.
So, yeah.
And and how many balls get left out in the middle of the court? Good players just never leave big fat balls out in the middle of the court for you to tee up on. And I think Jordan and Bobby were leaving a few fatties out there in the middle to get slaughtered. And they've tidied up a little bit and pushing the ball through to the back and playing some good balls. So even if they lose this game, I think finishing strong here will do them very well. Jordan just not getting that much on that cross court there, and Adam's not having to do any work really. And then just reaching for a reverse.
Side out 13-4.
Yeah. Greeny needs to lift his game a little here. I think he's definitely got it in him. He's a great player, but he needs to get going a little.
Well, I was hopeful they might get a couple points going here before, but it looks to me like.
Yeah, I think he can call this game. Well, it's.
You think?
I think it's done. This one.
You're feeling confident at this point?
Yeah, I mean, if you're a gambler and you set the over/under at 5.5 points, I'd take the under right now.
I know it was 11-4. You were still.
That's a great shot, Bobby.
Nice shot.
It's a nice low. We call it a corkscrew. I think over here you call it a Philly, but
we call it a Philadelphia. Yeah, Philadelphia boast.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Come on, Greeny, get involved. It's heating up a little here.
It's interesting because early on they were sort of playing
that's
Bobby,
a great shot, Bobby.
And now Bobby's sort of awakened, and
Side
they have
out
not yet
6-13.
adjusted to start playing
To Jordan. Yeah. Getting a few text messages from the nosebleed section here.
Oh yeah.
About this match.
What are the nosebleeds saying, Jeff?
It's a couple of strange Englishmen throwing some comments at me, but they think this game's pretty much over at the moment. So that's crushed. Bobby Burns, when he gets a bit of momentum going, Burns, he's.
So this is what
7-13.
Yeah, this is what I thought might happen a few points ago. This is what I think. These points, even though, again, I do not think they're going to come back and win this game, but these points can really set the momentum.
Yeah, they carry into the next game a lot, I agree.
For sure. And a lot of it's about confidence, because it's clear Bobby's getting more confident. He's starting to feel it.
Yeah.
He knows this court well. He played on this court a lot.
Yeah.
And, oh, wow.
Oh, Jordan, he just can't find it just yet.
No. But they're not playing him. They're still playing Bobby, which is interesting.
Yeah, wouldn't be my strategy. That's a bit big. Bobby got a bit excited. Rush of adrenaline.
Oh, too bad.
Adam was backing up to
Second
give that
hand
one
from the
an
right.
He was
absolute
gonna
flop.
clock.
That was going to get destroyed, that ball. It's probably best for the ball that went out. He's just not getting it through. Again, in the middle of the court. Come on, Greenberg. Get it to the back, will ya? It's a feeding session at the moment for Adam Bews. The most time Adam Bews has spent behind the short line yet, and then Westy buries that
Game
one.
15-7.
That's a nice shot.
Buried it in the nick. Well, that's a pretty convincing first game. I think Greenberg and Burns did well to get to 7 there, to be honest. But we'll see if they can translate some of that momentum from the back end of that game into this next one and get a better start, eh?
So, Jeff, you are playing. You made it through 2 rounds of qualifying.
Yeah, we had a couple of qualifying matches playing with Reed Andreessen, who's he's a Rye kid from the house of Mr. Briggs.
Yep.
And, I hadn't met him until Monday night, but we had a
brand new team.
Yeah, we had a practice match on Monday up at Appomattox, and he hits a beautiful ball and he moves well, and he's got a good reverse on him, and so far it's been coming together for us. So we managed to get 2 3-love wins in qualies, but we've got a tough act ahead of us, playing a couple of fellow Aussies in the next round. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
And you You, what time is that match tomorrow?
7:30 tomorrow night. So
7:30 tomorrow
for
night.
everyone back home in Australia, that's about 10:30 in the morning. If you're watching, but yeah, it's it'll be good. I'm looking forward to it because I haven't played against Zach before. I've played Scotty Arnold before, but I've never played against Zach. So
Well, you and I were talking. I believe they are now the official #1 seeds. in this
okay,
tournament.
is it? Yeah, okay.
And
With the withdrawal of Domenick.
with withdrawal of Domenick and Chris Callis, they were obviously seeded #1. Chris is now seeded #3, and he looked very good over there playing with Eric Bedell in the last match.
Yeah,
Just went on. And so
probably helps that Eric and Chris are both at the Racket Club in New York, and have spent a bit of time on court together. And I think they're going to be a real tough team. I think probably I'd rate Eric Bedell maybe in the main draw as one of the guys whose ranking is a lot lower than his level of play. He's very good, and he's come a long way since I saw him a couple of years ago. So I think I'd be watching Eric
and he grew up at this club.
Yeah,
so
he knows his
he
court,
knows
right?
his court, and I don't underestimate that. It's always a factor.
Yeah.
And so yeah, they looked great. They had a perfect start. They played the ball primarily to Eric. Eric looked really good and really strong.
Yeah.
And
he'll handle a lot of balls. He'll be very good. And then in the other match, the other racket and tennis guy, Stout, looked ridiculous on the left wall.
he looked very good.
They're
the #2 seeds.
Yeah, and
They
if
also
you've ever seen rackets, obviously that ball flies around about twice the speed of a double squash ball, and with a much smaller racket, Stout manages to find the middle of that racket. So out here, everything's like in slow motion for him. So
So
he
just
looked
let
very
me
good.
bring the viewers up to date on that. So Jamie Stout, who part of the #2 seed team, is the World Rackets champion.
He's
Bews
since retired from
Westie,
singles.
1 game to love.
in
World Rackets
in
doubles
rackets, but he's World Rackets doubles still, and mate, he's unbelievable. out there.
Ricardo.
and he is a multi-time World Racket singles champion. And as you said, we discussed it a little
Love
bit
all. Good to go.
in one of the earlier matches,
Yep.
but that's a slate court with a golf ball-like ball, and the ball moves very, very fast. He looked very good out there today. But
Yeah.
let's come back to this match, where we're going to be interested to see. So we've got Adam Bews and Colin West. They are in the navy blue, and they are playing Bobby Burns and Jordan Greenberg in the other colored shirt, which Jeff Osborne, my co-commentator here, said was maroon.
One
I'm
love.
not totally convinced of that, but we'll go with it.
You're going to call it dark pink, are you, Will?
It's a faded something. I'm going to call it faded.
Faded red?
Yeah, faded, whatever it is.
Sure.
But anyway, my name is Will Carlin. I'm the host throughout the weekend here. I'm going to have various color commentators, but right now I'm sitting with Jeff Osborne, who
Wow.
many
Side
of you
out,
may
1-0.
remember from about 15 years ago. Was a very good player. Was back in Australia for about 15 years. Didn't play any real double squash and was playing recreational single squash with a lot of good players, but has come back and is playing well, and we're really happy to have him back.
Yeah, it's a shame there's no hardball doubles courts in Australia because every Aussie that's come over here and played has done all right at it. As Burnsy rips another one down the wall, good shot there. But yeah, it'd be nice to get a court there. But unfortunately, I had to play singles for the last 15 years. So
2-1.
yeah, I love being back out in the doubles court. It's great.
And as we suspected, or we thought might happen, Bobby Burns and Jordan Greenberg were getting a little bit of momentum going at the very tail end of that last game. We wanted to see whether it would continue through here in the early stages of this game. Just to remind people, Bobby Burns, who's on the left wall, and Adam Bews, who's on the left wall,
Great shot, Adam.
are the former and current
2-all.
doubles
Second hand from the right.
coaches here at the
Right
Heights
side.
Casino. So Bobby was here until Adam came, and Adam is current. So we've got two former Heights Casino teaching pros playing, well, one former and one current
Is that-
playing against each other right now.
I think maybe Adam, having been in St. Louis before this, he's probably got a lot more good doubles games under his belt since he's been here at Brooklyn, seeing there's so many good players in the city that it probably has helped his game a little bit in the last 12 months, I would say.
He's playing well.
Yeah.
Both he and Colin, they look good.
Greeny buries one in the 10.
Side out.
Unfortunate.
3-2.
Well,
3-2 though.
I think of, as you
3-2.
pointed out in the first game, Jordan Greenberg on the right wall in the faded maroon has not gotten his game going to the extent of the other three yet.
Yeah, still time. Still time, but
Still time.
yeah, Greeny needs to lift his game a little bit. It's a good little reverse there from Bobby.
And the thing is, we know he's a good player. He's definitely capable of raising his game up here.
Down.
Bobby likes that when you cross court straight onto his
Left
racket. He's
side,
got a good
4-2.
little backhand cross court drop, and once you've barely finished swinging after having a massive crack at that forehand, it's hard to then get forward for that shot. So I don't think he'll miss too many of those, but it's definitely a favourite play of his.
So, Jeff, let's talk strategy here for a second. If you were Bobby and Jordan, what would you have talked about doing in between games? What would be your main strategy coming out here in the third game?
Yeah, I'd probably try and get a bit of a rocket up Jordan, get him going a little bit, but maybe the focus on just not leaving the ball out in the middle to be teed up on by those guys. And I'd probably, by the way things are going at the moment, I'd say that I'd maybe hit a few more balls to Bewsy just because West is looking rather dangerous out there. But I think tactically the boys need to stop leaving the ball out in the middle of the court for Bews and West to just tee up on like it's a feeding session. So they're getting the ball through to the back a little bit more. It's funny that doubles look so different to softball singles, but strategically they're not all
Right
that different.
side, 5-2.
Let's hit the nick in the back. Where your job is to get the ball behind the other guys and then take your opportunities when you have them through the middle. It's just it looks different. There's that low ceiling getting the best of West.
Well, it's a beam that goes through that ceiling. It's not just low, but if you've been here for the first couple matches, we've talked about the beam extensively, so I don't want to harp on it too much.
I like the beam.
But the beam definitely comes into play.
There we go, getting through to the back.
It does seem like they're going a little bit with your strategy of trying to play more balls to Adam.
6-2.
See that shot there by Bobby, he's really just tried to rip that really hard. He just needs to push that in there and let Adam go up and get it and keep the rally alive rather than going a all or nothing. Or tin or win as we like to call it in the squash game.
I feel like that both Jordan and Bobby have made a couple of errors where they might have been better by just keeping it going.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't mean to stop shooting. It's still take the shots, but maybe just be a touch more conservative with the position on the front wall you're trying to hit. A lot of middle stuff here. Come on, boys. Someone get it through to the back, eh? Here we go. Jordan just feeding Bews there. It's going to cost him if he keeps hitting that soft, puffy cross court to him.
Down.
Oh, unfortunate. That's the thing with this court, because it's quite fast and the
hand from the
ball
right,
rockets off the front wall. You have to actually, when you hit it hard, you have to keep it quite low, because otherwise it's just going to come flying off the back wall. And Adam West obviously trying to really bang that one in low and just clip the top of the tin.
Just let 6-3 right side.
There's a couple of big points here. If Burns and Greenberg let the next 3 points get away from them, they might be facing a similar situation, down 9-3. Hit that. Okay, no, probably not.
6-3.
This is it's the same situation that we were in before, where they need to just hang. They need to hang close for a little bit.
Yeah, these next 3 points will make a big difference. 6-3 and going to 6-all or 9-3 are two very different scores there. So, Greeny coming in. Here we go.
Side out. 4-6.
Oh no, beer cup down. Lucky it was empty though. Nothing worse than spilled beer.
It's happened at this tournament
On the
quite
court.
a few times. Oh yeah.
That's not good.
I mean, one of the great things about this tournament is the fans are,
Good sled.
they pack them in and
4-6.
they're hanging out over the court. And but occasionally there have been, at least in the history, I've been coming to this tournament since I was 4 years old. So I was one of those kids who was hanging with my feet hanging over the edge of the court way back when, and there were definitely some beer things and other things that were spilled onto the court. Not a lot, but from time to time it definitely happens.
Yeah, well, 20 good years of watching the tournament there, Will. That's good.
Yeah. I appreciate that you think I'm 24 years old. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is better when you're down there playing and the crowd's a little bit rowdy and there's a lot of big cheering going on, and it makes it much more interesting. So I think everyone kind of understands this is a pretty important point here. So there's a lot of effort going into this one. Oh, Greenie. All right. Once Greenie starts the fist pumps, we might be in for a bit of a show here. So
5-6.
yeah, that could be good. But I don't know if you can see, but the crowd up there isn't a whole heap of space for everyone to sit. There's what do we got, like 5 levels of bleachers there, and then you got ceiling. So when they pack them in tight, it definitely creates some great atmosphere at this club. I love it.
Down.
All right, we're at 6-all.
6-all.
So it's
You
from
called
6-3.
it. You said it. You said if they could just get to 6-all, this could be something.
Yeah, I think Bews and West need to watch themselves here.
Well done, Mr. Osborne.
That's Crush. They've decided to step it up a little. Oh no, did he hit that out?
Yes.
I missed that.
7-6.
Trying not to hit Bobby, which is a very nice thing to do, but if your options are hit Bobby or lose the point, I'd take hit Bobby. Not everyone's like that though. That's beautiful. That's a great reverse. Let's see that.
7-all.
He's got Greenberg on his left hip. It's a terrible cross court from Burnsy, and that's cost him.
Yep. They made a lot of effort to get back to 6-all, and now we don't want to let them. They don't want to let Bews and West get on a roll again.
Yeah. Yeah, they need to keep that momentum and intensity up. That was crushed. Do that again. Wow. He's really
That's
finding
a
that
nice
reverse.
combination.
Side out.
That was low.
8-7.
First crushing it and then hitting a nice low.
I want to say
reverse.
4 bounces before the sideball.
Yeah.
Well, that's a great reverse. I'm usually happy with 2, but
Fault.
yeah, that's ambitious. The lob serve on this court.
The lob serve on this court is very speculative because of that beam.
You
that
just
we
got to hit a little
mentioned.
flatter. The good news is on this court though is if you catch the side wall, it slows up pretty quick, which is nice. So you can hit your lobs a little flatter, and it's still. That's why I don't think the beam's such a big issue. Greenberg error.
9-7.
That's a bit
Too
speculative.
bad. It's too bad. They were actually up 7-6 for a moment there.
Yeah. So they really need to bunker down now. 1-all is a good spot to be down 2 love. A lot of comebacks happen in doubles, but I'd much rather be 1-all.
Islet. Left side, 9-7.
Greenberg not giving him much space there. I think maybe getting
9-7.
hit with the ball might actually help Greenberg here. It might fire him up a little bit. Maybe he needs to just step into one, Will.
Well, I saw the fist pump that you did too, and I thought that he was going to get ready for it, but
Stop.
it hasn't really happened.
Islet.
All right.
9-7.
All right, we've been at 9-7 for 3 points now.
Couple of lads. Yeah, I think that's because this is an important point too.
It's a
here.
very important point for
10
both of them.
10-7 or 8-9, leading into the back end of the game. Is that a fault?
Coming up here. 4th time playing coming up here.
Both teams work in the middle of the court.
I like the way you say that, working the middle of the court.
Well, you know what? In doubles, it's actually not such a bad strategy.
Left side.
Come on,
9-7.
Colin. Hit that. I've been calling him Adam West. It's Colin West, sorry. Wasn't Adam West Batman?
Adam West was the original TV Batman.
There you
Yes,
go.
he was.
This is not Adam West out here, just so everyone knows. It's Colin West.
Yes, Colin West playing with Adam Bews.
I'll just go with Westy from here on in.
No wonder you were mixing your Adams and your Collins.
There you go. All right. Greeny
10-7.
buries another one into the floor there. That's no good. 10-7.
All right, well, we finally got that point resolved. I think we played it a total of 5 times there, but
Yeah.
it has emerged as a point for Adam and Colin, or Bews and West.
If I had to guess there, I think Westy just said to Bews,
Down.
hit a few more to Greenberg, please. He hit one to Bobby there, and
11-7.
it's a bit ambitious, that drop shot, Bobby Burns.
Yeah, it's too bad they played so well on those points, catching up from 3-6 to 7-6.
Yeah.
But now they've lost 5 in a row since then.
You know what, it's going to be interesting because for the next couple of tournaments on the tour, they're going to play to 11 points rather than the 15. And I think it'll change the dynamic a little bit of what's going on, because I think you'll see a lot of big important points happen a little earlier. It might be exciting for the crowd and work really well, but you know, at the moment, you get teams that can run away with it a little bit, and then a few points in the middle there that you know, seesaw back and forth. So that's a good shot there by Westy. Greenberg's still in there. This is a good rally, lots of movement. I like this. Big call of round from Burns. That's a good cross. Wow. And a great shot by Bews. So he's crossed there with his back to him. He's got to turn around and watch what he's doing there. And as soon as he sees him lining up that corner, he's just got to sprint to the front. Now, I think even if he did sprint, maybe had a dive, I still don't think he gets that. It's a bloody good shot.
It's a really good shot.
Well, he's had a crack at it. 12-7 here. This could be Bews and West's opportunity to just run away with this game and take a 2-game live lead. Oh, Greeny. That was the shot. He had him backed out. Had the opportunity there.
13-7.
So I hate to say it, but that was in the bottom half of the tin. That was not close.
Yeah, I believe that's a local wine merchant. That sign that he's that he's hit there. So just doing the advertisers a bit of a favour there. You know, he's put a few into the Happy Fun Corp sign as well. So giving equal opportunity to all advertisers, which is nice of Jordan.
Okay, well, Jeff, I just want to remind you that we've seen this is the 8th game of the night. We had 2 3-0 matches. None of them got to double digits on the losing side.
No one's made double digits today.
Nobody has made double digits on the game they have lost yet. So.
Oh, good get there, Bews. Oh, a bit of a... Oh. Westy had the opportunity. Tried to cut that very fine.
13-8.
Yeah, that one was... Bobby and Jordan were scrambling on that point.
Here we go. Just can't get that through. Oh, that's it's a complete air ball. It's gone straight into off stump. Gone.
Wow.
Back to the pavilion.
Cracked.
14-8.
It's not done yet.
Come on, finish the game, boys.
Sorry.
No new ball. So they're just checking the ball there. Well, it happens quite a bit
14-8.
sometimes when the ball bounces a little bit funny. The ball's are 2 pieces of rubber glued together, and
14-8, game ball.
you know, where the joint is, it cracks quite often. It's pretty common for a ball not to last an entire pro match. So I think what happened there is Bobby took a massive whiff at the ball and decided that it didn't bounce the way that he expected, so it must be broken. They checked it, and they saw that it was cracked.
I don't mean to interrupt you,
No,
but
please.
if they win here and get this point, we will have our first game in double digits.
Now it's gone.
Now the ball's gone. All right, so we're...
So Bobby was maybe right that it was going.
Yeah. Oh, look, it was on its way. The referee checked it. They give it a good squeeze.
You wanna see what I mean?
But
Yeah.
all right, so new ball on the court. crowd up there. It's starting to fill out a little bit. A couple of young fellas up there and girls watching some good double squash, which is great to see.
What's that? Wow. It has to be broken.
Eric Bedell having a little stretch.
You meant when they gave it to me. Well, because it looked like it was still good.
We'll give you a pass, Eric. It probably was still good, but
hard,
Adam doing the solo ball warm up here.
Yeah.
I was trying to throw out to the tour a little bit earlier, Will, that it'd make it really exciting if you weren't allowed to warm the ball up after it was broken. It's cold ball start. So
cold ball start.
You get the ball out of the box and
wow.
you tee it up and serve. I think we'd see some funky bounces. We'd see some interesting shots, but no one's been brave enough to test it out yet. But
yeah,
I've got a few ideas like that.
I will tell you that I think if you are a team that's behind, say 14-9, you might be in favor of that option.
Sure, it could go either way, right?
It could go either way, but you might have a good shot. So
we need to start one of those YouTube polls and go. Who in the listening audience is in favour of a cold ball start? I think Clive Leach should love a cold ball start because he's the kind of guy who'll try and whip a reverse from absolutely anywhere on the court, regardless of if there's a man in the way or not. He'll try and rip it, and with a cold ball, I'd say that'll probably do pretty well. But I think it's one of those things that probably won't get implemented anytime soon. So 14-9 here. It's a bit of a long way back, but new ball can sometimes break the rhythm of a winning team. And
Jordan from the right.
I think if Jordan and Bobby here step it up and come out with some really good intensity to try and finish this game, they might get a few points and make Westy and Bewsy a bit nervous.
all right, here we go.
Bobby with the heater. Teams trying to give the ball a good whack. That's a good shot. Yeah, see that new ball just, it wasn't a great reverse, but it managed to stay down because it's a fresh pill.
And we have reached double digits for the first time of the night on we're guaranteed to have a double digit by whichever team wins this game. That's an unbelievable
you see that?
shot.
The inside out forehand, and that's straight
great shot.
down into the shot. So a good way to finish the game for Adam Bews, and away we go. So we're 2 minutes now until what could potentially be either the start of a turnaround or the end of a match.
This is the home pro, the current pro right now. Adam Bews has a big lead, a 2-love lead over the former pro, Bobby Burns of the casino. And
we need a few more fist pumps from the former pro and the University Club pro because there's a bit of head hanging going on.
Yep.
So we need a bit more positive body language. That's a great shot by Bews there in the middle of that last game. But I'd say this has been a good quality match so far. Well, I like the play. Look at that forehand, good one.
So this is a good opportunity for Adam and Colin to just, if they can get out of here 3-love, and these points have been at least fairly well contested. I think they're benefiting from a bunch of unforced errors
so far.
But if they can get out of here 3-love and it's a nice way to start the tournament.
Yeah,
to get warmed up and for Adam Bews to win around here at the casino in front of his home crowd.
Yeah.
That'll be really exciting for him.
Yeah, and look, the boys have got tomorrow night off, so they don't have to play tomorrow.
Yep.
Their next match will be Friday. So I think they've got to be careful here because if they're thinking, all right, we want to get off court quickly, that could translate into some maybe preemptive shots and a bit rushing it. They've got to kind of be prepared to do the hard work.
Yes.
I'm hoping for the sake of the crowd that Bobby and Jordan come out tough this game and really kind of play hard and work their way into the games and work their way into the rallies.
Well, it'd be fun to see at least a couple of close games. That one was 15-10, which is not bad.
Sure.
But it would be fun to see a couple of games go, at least near to the point for each person, or
Mate,
even
I'd love to see
sudden
I'd love to see a game from Jordan and Bobby here, and at least a 4, maybe a 5-setter, because we like a bit of entertainment.
Absolutely. If we can get there, that'll be good. So.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got the opportunity now for Jordan Greenberg and Bobby Burns to get back into this match, make it a little bit competitive, and we've got a similar opportunity for Adam Bews and Colin West, who are in the blue, to put this match away 3-love, and move on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
We'll see. And again, just to remind you, the Adam Bews, who is on the left-hand side of the court in the dark blue shirt, current Heights Casino Pro, and Bobby Burns, who's on the left-hand side of the court at the bottom of your screen right now, is the former Heights Casino Pro, teaching pro here. So they've both got a lot of fans, and the crowd has turned out for this, and let's see if we can get ourselves a little bit of a match here.
All right, here we go, boys. Let's get into it. Really looking for Jordan to step up. He's kind of camped in behind Colin there, and I'd like to see him up the front. Put a bit of pressure on. So this is a good rally for them. They need to keep this up. Good little trickle there from
1-love.
Bewsy.
It's really delicate. He's actually been, most of his corner shots have been sort of zinging it into the corner, but that one has some real touch on it.
Yeah. Some good play there. I like when the ball comes through the middle, misses a few people, and everyone plays on. It's good.
You talked during the break about Adam and Colin needing to make sure they were willing to do the work and stay the course. The way these first couple points are starting off, looks like they're very willing to do that.
Yeah, I think they know that the longer the points, the rallies go, the more it advantages them. So I think they're going to do a good job of hanging in there, playing patient. There we go. That's it, Bobby in. So 1-1 here.
Side out,
Colin
1-1.
just leaving that one nice and fat through the middle of the court, and Bobby executing on a beautiful reverse. Great to see. See, Jordan's got to do a little more with that. He's just been gifted a nice shot, and he's just put it at Adam's feet. Back in the rally now, though. Doing a good job of moving people around, which is nice. So you don't want 4 guys just standing in the middle of the court bashing the ball. You want to move them around, and that's going on here. Jordan, there we go. So that's what he's capable of. A little cross court, hit the nick.
2-1.
And then
well, we know Jordan's a good player. He just hasn't shown it, shown his normal quality tonight. He's had moments of it, but
that's a good shot.
that's nice length. I like that.
Bobby.
3-1.
All right, this is a good start.
Boys are on a bit of a roll here. Let's see if they can keep it going. Turn this into a 4 or 5 set match. Oh, Colin just hanging his racket out there on the clothesline, hoping that the ball goes up. Not a good strategy. Could have a swing at that, mate.
No, that's counter to what you said and what I thought they were doing at the start of this game, which was willing to work it, but
yeah. That's tight. Tight. Glued.
5-1, right side.
Tough shot to get back that one. We might be seeing a bit of turning of the tide here. Yeah,
Another
Bobby.
good shot. Well done.
He just hits a little inside-out spin on that shot, and it just causes it to stay right up the front of the court. And Adam just didn't have the wheels to get up there and get a racket under it. So,
But what I like about that shot was you talked about it earlier, which was that they should give themselves a little bit of a margin and make a move. And that was, you know, you could tell from the way he hit it, it wasn't a risky shot.
yeah, no, he wasn't trying to hit it millimeters above the tin. Greeny in the nick. He was.
They want the ball checked again.
Oh.
Did this one break?
Come on, that's
What's
a
that?
freshie. Don't squeeze it too hard. Come on, Eric.
Yeah.
Be gentle. It's gone.
Sorry.
Wow, it's gone again.
I've not seen that, a ball not last an entire game, let alone a match.
So the last ball broke at 14-8, I think,
Placement
in the
over
last
power,
game.
guys. Come on.
So that ball
What's that?
only lasted 9 points.
I know. Well, it
9
just-
points.
Someone took a good chunk out of it. It's just like when you guys play, right?
So we're back to doing a little bit of a warm-up here. It's interesting that in the last one it was Colin who was doing a lot of the warming up. Now it's Bobby and Jordan. So Bobby Burns, Jordan Greenberg, they were down 2-zip. They've had a very nice start to this game, 6-1. Since the last ball broke at 14-8 in the second game. And they have won 8 out of 9 points since then. But now the ball has broken again, and we'll see whether that ball was just a lucky ball for them, because they were doing quite well with that ball, but now that it's gone, we'll have to see what happens here. So Adam Bews and Colin West are in the dark shirts, and they would love to get out of here 3-love and to make it straight to the quarterfinals. But Bobby Burns and Jordan Greenberg are having something to say about that, which is great. This is the third match of the night. We saw the number 2 seed and the number 3 seed make it through to the quarterfinals
6-1,
in the
left
first 2
side.
matches. The number 2 seeds played in the very first match. It was Jamie Stout and Yvonne Baden, and they won 3-love in their first match against Alex Domenick and Peter Kelly. The second match was number 3 seeds
Court.
Eric Bedell and Chris
Second hand from
Callis
the right. Bobby right
playing
side.
against
6-2.
Ricardo Lopez, Valdivia, and Jamie Haycocks. And again, that went 3-love to the seeded team. And this is the third match of the night between Adam Bews and Colin West, playing Bobby Burns and Jordan Greenberg, a match of the current and the former Heights Casino Pro. And we are here at 2-love, and the team that is trailing 2 games to love is now winning the third game. That should bring you all up to date.
That
There he
that
is.
ball
My name
sounds
is
kind
Will
of hot.
Carlin.
Thanks, Bobby.
And I'm here with Jeff Osborne.
Coming in. 3-6.
So one of the things that happens when you change balls a bit out there is sometimes you get a ball that's a little bit quicker or slower than the other ones, and this one sounds nice and fast, which I think will make for some entertaining squash.
Well, clearly Bobby and Jordan are not happy about it because they won 8 out of 9 points with the ball that broke.
Yes, sir.
So
3-6.
hard to do much better
Coming
than
in.
that. They would have loved that ball to stay and play for a while, but
Yeah, if the ball was the main factor, yeah. All right, a little high five there to get things going. Maybe a bit of a low five, really. There you go. All right, Bobby.
nice.
There's a bit of a average cross
3-7.
court there from Colin.
But again, look at that height on the reverse. I mean, it was a good 4 inches above the 10.
Yeah, that's all it needed to be, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Greeny with the funny bounce.
Side out. 8-3.
All right.
He's been a
8-3.
little passive there, just leaving that one for Colin. Just wonder where his head's at 8-3 down here, whether he's thinking aggressively enough. Got to do more with that, Jordan.
No, I thought that was a good lob. Got
It was a
him
good
out
lob.
of-
I'd just like to see him rip a ball in there, though.
to your point about getting the ball in the back, I think playing these higher balls is doing. See, that's trouble. These are trouble now.
Oh, they got lucky
Wow.
there. Colin buried that one in the top of the tin. No, I'm going to
Left
take that back
side,
and say that was
9-3.
the absolute bottom of the tin. That was down the bottom of the tin. There's a little piece of wood, and he hit that. Adam's just gone a little off the boil here. His positioning's a bit lax, and he's not onto the ball really attacking. But that he's just lit that one up across court.
Of course, as
Second
soon as you
hand to
say
the
that,
right.
he hits a winner.
But
But no, I think you're right. He's gone a little bit. It's he's I don't know. It's
Intensity maybe he's dropped a little.
intensity.
Stop, fault.
That's a good word for it.
Second serve.
Yeah, you got to bring the energy the whole match. So
I mean, I really feel like that's one of the attributes of people who consistently are ranked near the top is that they just don't have very long moments of letdown.
yeah, I mean, you look at the man who's won this tournament more than anyone, Mudgee. That's a great shot there. Ripped that cross court. He was going for
Side
a reverse,
out,
but it still
5-9.
worked. But yeah, I think you look at Damien Mudge on this court, and in his earlier days, he used to pretty much put dints in the front wall. He hit the ball that hard, and just never let up, not even for an instant. And I think he did that for almost 2 decades.
Yep.
Down.
Bobby probably wasn't going to be a winner anyway. It was a bit narrow for a
6-9.
post.
All right, now they got to hold on here. This is the point that you talked about in the last game where Bews and West were up 9-6.
Now 6-9. It's a good time to turn things around.
It's let 6-9.
So that there has hit Adam.
Are you ready to hit that?
But because Bobby took his racket back,
Yep.
they're playing a let. Whereas if Bobby just got out of the way rather than taking his racket back, that probably would have been a point to the faded and sweaty red
Fault.
shirts.
I'm definitely not calling it red, Jeff.
Faded red?
No, faded maroon, I think.
It's
I'm
faded
going with your maroon, but it was just a faded maroon.
It's hard now with the sweat patch to
Yeah,
really
the sweat
tell the
patches.
difference. Jordan. That's
Oh,
that's a
ouch.
terrible lapse in concentration. there.
7-9.
Hit one rather average cross court and then tried to pick one off his body and put it high, and he's put it out off the back wall. It's a bad error. Hope he can turn it back on for a second here. There we go, Bobby settling things down there with a nice little ball down the wall.
Down.
And then trying to go for a little too much there.
8-9.
It's been just really inconsistent, hasn't it?
Yeah,
They've-
that's their challenge. They need to be a little more consistent with the pressure they're applying and the shots they're hitting, rather than a bit off and on as they have been. Oh, Bobby, what happened there? I didn't even see that.
9-0.
Oh no,
Hit him.
the baggy shirt.
Wow.
He needs to maybe get in the skin tight shirt.
So, Jeff, I just want to point out it was 9-6, now 9-all.
Is this what we saw in the last game?
Well, we saw it at 6-3 to 6-all.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I think
in the last game.
Bews and West need to just keep a little momentum going, and they should be able to romp this home at the moment. Here we go. This is a good rally. But Greeny and Bobby need
no.
to peel one back. Did he bury that in the tin? Did he?
He did indeed.
10-9.
As
That's
you
close.
said, I'm not even sure it was the tin. It was the wood at the bottom of the tin again.
I mean, Trickle Bose wasn't a bad option. He's got to get that up. 10-9 is not a
They were giving themselves such nice margin for error, and now they've gone back to.
cutting it too
Down.
fine.
Well.
Colin with the exact same challenge.
10-all.
Yep. This is a much more error-strewn game than the.
Well, it probably speaks to the nerves of the boys in blue trying to finish this game off, knowing that if they let Team Maroon back into this game, it's going to make it a lot harder than it probably should be. Here goes Westy, really beating the ball a bit. Watch that. So Greenberg got a few over the head there. Bit of a sloppy one there, but he got away with it.
Oh, no.
I mean, he just
Left
floated
side,
that
11-10.
at Colin, and then, you know, wasn't in a great position for that shot, unfortunately. You've got to get your body behind the ball rather than just reaching out and hitting it.
Yeah, he didn't turn his shoulder on that, which is like one of the things that he actually teaches that you really need to do is turn that shoulder.
Oh, the middle drop shot. I like that. Just set Adam up for that reverse. He's lucky he hit it a bit high. 11-10 here is a big point. I think both teams know it. Little scoop of a drop shot.
Tough one.
All right, here we go. Oh, I probably would have rather seen.
Oh, not up.
Smart shot.
It's the highest winning drop shot Bobby's hit.
Oh, the first pickup was good.
I think there's some
Sorry?
debate there whether Colin got under
Yeah,
that.
no, Bobby's was good. It came up. Side out, 11-all.
I'm not convinced that Collins was a double, but anyway, I'm not the referee, Will.
Well, we're here at 11-all, so let's see.
Yeah, this is good drama.
This is we've wanted a close game, and this is actually a close game when the going gets tough here. So
We'll see. He pulls it together at the back end here when it really counts. Oh, some good heat out there. Get up.
oh, that was an opportunity.
Yeah. Wow, that was crushed. Still in this. Probably had a crack at that reverse and he's just missed it.
Oh, that's
wow.
a great shot.
Double fist pump.
Pound right down the middle of the court.
Yeah. Colin was waiting for the
12-11.
forehand. Greeny's fired up. This is
This would be really fun if
big points.
Bobby and Jordan can hang in there and sneak this out.
Oh, mate, if we see Bobby and Jordan win this game, we're going to see some gigantic fist pumps here. I think they might just take this one, to be honest. I think they've got a bit of momentum here. Greeny, good cover.
Nice cover.
Bobby did well to get out of the way there.
He did.
Oh, I'm going to go with a
You
no
sweat?
let there, Adam. Oh, that's generous.
I would
Left
give it
side,
a let.
12-11.
Yeah,
He was
I think
ready
he's
to
got to play that.
So you're not arguing that he couldn't get there. You're just thinking he needs to play it.
I
Play
think
through.
he was obviously there, but the problem was the interference was very minimal.
Minimal.
And if I'm Bobby there, I'm actually going to be
that's
very encouraged that Adam's getting a bit upset that he's in the way, because that's a sign that you're kind of getting to him a little bit. So if anything, Bobby probably needs to get a little more in his way in the next couple of points just to destabilise him a little emotionally, to see if that makes a difference, because 12-11's a big time. That being said, you know, Adam's just had a bit of a complaint about Bobby's movement, and they barely hit a ball to him to start this rally. They'd be hitting everything at him. They're all fired up. Everyone's giving the ball a whack. Here we go.
trouble.
shot.
That's
Great
nice.
shot.
Yep.
That's what Adam needed
Really
for his
good.
confidence to get back on top there.
It wasn't just hit hard, but it was
Bobby
hit with
from the
really
right.
nice length.
12 all.
Great spot there. It hit the door. Died in the back corner. Great shot. I think someone just caught a sweaty.
I heard the word gross, so I think they were talking about the sweat too, yes.
Got to move Bewsy there, Adam. Greeny, sorry.
That's a nice lob.
That's good defense of it.
Stop.
Colin
Ball
hit
is
that
down.
ball down. Tough to see there, but
Left side, 13-12. So Bobby from the left.
that was good. Bobby just had a little contact with Adam on the way through there, even though the point had finished, and I'd say that's maybe frustrated Adam a little bit. So we'll see how he responds to this. Hopefully with a bit of aggression and starts really giving the ball a whack here. Colin having a go at that cross court. I think it's there. That's a great shot from Bobby Burns.
All right.
Right side, 14-12. Game ball.
Game ball.
Are we looking to get a four-setter here? We'll find out very shortly, I think. One of the best rules the SDA Tour implemented a while back was at 14 all. They made it a sudden death point. We're at 13-14 here with Greeny just open court, and that went sidewall, floor, sidewall, floor, front.
Side out, 13-14.
Yeah, that was oh my gosh, I've got game ball here on my racket. That's what that was.
A little bit of nerves there. So
a little bit of sudden realization there. That
I'd be
did
giving
not go
Greeny
well.
a nice big fat serve here and watch him bury another one in the tin. No, he's all right. He's all right. Good intensity to start this rally here. See who's got the nerve. Oh. That's it.
Nice shooting, guys.
Here we go. We got some good movement there. Good recovery by Bewsy.
Now.
Colin just couldn't quite put that backhand back in
Game,
the corner.
15-13.
All right,
Burns,
we've got a
Greenberg.
match.
We got a match, people.
Like that a lot. All right, nice comeback by Bobby Burns and Jordan Greenberg, playing Adam Bews and Colin West. Colin and Adam are leading 2-1. This is the third match of the evening. We've got one more match to go. I'm Will Carlin, sitting here with Jeff Osborne. And I think we're really excited that this match, this is the first match that has gone to a fourth game of the evening. So.
Yeah, and I just saw one of the guys who's due to go on next, and he's walking around looking like a lost puppy because I'm sure he was ready to get straight on the court there, and poor old Graham's going to have to wait a little bit. But, yeah, look, it'd be interesting what they're saying to each other in between games here, Will, because, you know, I think there's a few things Team Blue could do differently than what they did that last game. I mean, they essentially could come out and do the same and just bring a bit more intensity, but I don't know, maybe strategically if they peppered Jordan a little bit more and you know, kind of relied on him not having his best day, they might get a few more pop-ups, but I'll be interested to see what strategy they come out with.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing that we saw was that Colin West, he started to make some errors in that game.
Yeah.
And he hadn't been making errors before. And once he started to make a bunch of those errors, that sort of turned the tide a little bit.
Yeah.
It did two things. One is it gave both he and Adam a little bit of trouble sort of getting back into it. But the second thing was that you saw Jordan and Bobby actually get some confidence.
Yeah, and I think that's dangerous at this point because, you know, when you two love up on a team, you don't want to give them any confidence. You don't want to give them a chance.
Yeah.
And now they've got a sniff. We'll see what they come out with here.
Should be good. I'm very happy that we are not having all 3-0 matches tonight.
Yeah, no.
So, you know, the seeds, the top two, or number 2 and 3 seeds that played in the first 2 matches, they look good. They earned their matches 3-zip. They kept their opponents to single digits in every game.
Yeah.
But it's fun to have, especially a match here where it's the former pro of the casino versus the current pro.
Bit of history.
And to have that not be a complete demolition either way.
Yeah.
So the former pro has worked his way back into the match against the current pro. And we're going to get a 4th game for the first time of the night. And I think it should be fun.
Yeah.
We'll see whether they can keep up the momentum because they played well, especially at the end of that game.
Yeah. I just saw them walk past then, and they look pumped up and ready to rock and roll as they come down the stairs there. This is a bit of a strange court here with the entryway being on the side, which isn't normal. Usually you see the entry at the back of a court, but you have to descend some very steep stairs to get down there and then duck through that door. You know.
Do you know how many stairs there are?
You know, I'm not one for counting. But
it's 13. The color commentator before you. Now I've been going down those stairs since I was 4 years old.
You never knew.
And I did not know the number, but he told me. He said
of course, Dinnerman knew. Of course he knew.
Of course he knew.
I love it. I love it.
He's
a man of details. He really does know his squash courts.
It's great. He said, yes, Will, there are 13 stairs.
Yeah, well. You know.
And I believe him, of course.
Well.
The other thing about Dinnerman is that he's usually right.
Very accurate. Yeah, I'm not going to go down there and count them, but yeah, I've seen plenty of guys hit their head on the stairs there, and I don't know if you saw Adam West. Batman is not on the court, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, Batman is not on the court, but Adam Bews walked over by the door there, and you know he's not the tallest bloke on the SDA tour, but you know even he was head and shoulders
Bews
above the height of
Wesley,
that door.
2-1. Greenberg to serve.
All right, let's see what happens here, boys.
Love all.
All right, here we go.
See who brings the intensity early. Just feeling each other out a little bit here to the start of this game.
It's interesting. Both of them playing a bunch of high ball.
Yeah, I think floating the ball around a bit like that, you know, a few weird angles generally suits Bobby because he likes to pull shots out of nowhere. It's good. At least we got guys moving off the middle of the court. Greeny teeing that one up. Oh, just fighting for a little too much there.
Side
Come onto his
out, one
racket
love.
quick. Just got to push that up there. He's got Colin backed up. But one to the Team Blue to start.
Well, you had said that if you were Team Blue, you would be playing more balls to the right-hand side of the court.
I'd be giving Jordan a peppering right now,
Yep.
yeah. Oh,
Good slut.
almost lost one, but it's a good let call. Jordan with the racket up early. Good serve. It's just no footwork there from Greeny.
up.
Yeah, it's just a lunge. It's not moving his body.
Yeah.
Moving his feet, as you said, to move the body.
Yeah. Oh. That's real high. Yeah, a bit
Three-lap.
sloppy start here from Burns Greenberg. If Bews and West are smart, they want to keep this intensity going and see if they can put a good lead on to start this fourth game.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely had a drop in intensity at the same time that Jordan and Bobby had an increase in intensity. So
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to see if they can just focus all the way through this game.
Yeah. A lot of floating balls through the middle here. Someone needs to do something with it. There we go. Hopefully we can get some openings. And there's Bobby with a great shot.
3-1, left side, left side.
There we go. Didn't quite get that corkscrew wide enough there. It's interesting because Jordan, obviously playing at the university club, that court used to be the lowest ceiling
4-1
on the tour, and you know, so he should be pretty comfortable with the the courts where you can't throw them up really high. He's in a bit of trouble here though. That's a great shot from Adam. Great shot.
Well, it's a good start
5-1
for Bews and West. Sort of put off the challenge that came from the
other team there, yeah. Oh. It's nice of Bewsy there not to drill Bobby. Oh yeah, good hands there.
Yeah.
Great pickup from Westy.
Jordan didn't think it was good. Jordan's got to stay focused here and not get too concerned about it.
Yeah. A little freeze in the screen there, but we're still in the rally. Right, down that right wall. There's a lot of movement going on out here. I'm going to stick with this angle for a second while the main one's sorted out. Connection issue, but you can still see what's going on here. And again, we got a lot of middle of the court stuff. We need to see some boys getting the ball through to the back and then doing something with it. Weak cross court there. Bews has buried that last one. They got lucky to get away with that. Oh man. Here we go, we're back on the main camera. And a great bounce.
I have to give some applause on that. That's a nice point.
Yeah.
All the way
6-1.
around.
It's good to see a lot of movement out there, bodies everywhere. Yeah.
But
nice.
just strategically, it seemed to me, Jeff, that that point there were some opportunities for Adam and Colin to be aggressive, and they were just content to make sure they kept the point alive.
Yeah, look, it's a fine line, right? Like, you don't want to, every chance you get to shoot, you don't necessarily want to just try and shoot because, you can put yourself in some bad positions, but, at the same time, you don't want to go too defensive. And, I feel like Colin and Adam need to be careful not to go too defensive rather than the opposite, if you know what I mean. Ooh, Bobby nearly took one in the head. Good hands, Greenie. Oh,
Yes, that.
almost repaid the favour.
Right side, 6-1.
If he had his racket up a bit earlier there, he could chip that into the front right corner for a winner, but he was a bit late on it, and Bewsy's head was in the way. Doesn't really have enough hair to hide a ball mark, so
That's a good shot.
good length. Great defensive shot. Another good one, Colin. Again, there are a lot of opportunities here for Western Bews, but not doing enough with the ball, I think. Again. So I think you got to watch Bobby in these situations where he's defending, and then all of a sudden he'll reel one off. Doing a good job of absorbing all this intensity here, the boys in maroon.
This is one of the best points of the match, actually.
Yeah. Greenie. Ooh. Trouble here. Oh, Colin.
Oh.
Well, he caught the side wall there, Colin, luckily, because it stopped short. And Greenie with the dive, not enough. Bit of a wet patch.
That was a great point.
Great rally.
Now that's
7-1.
It's going to be tough, I think, for Jordan and Bobby to.
Well, they need to be prepared to go long, another couple of really tough rallies to get themselves back in this. And if they start looking for easy points, or that happens where the boys rattle off a few easy ones, I think we might see the end of this match quite quickly.
I have a feeling that that point was the dispiriting one. They put a lot into trying to get that point.
Well, if I put the line at 9.5 points here, Will, would you take the over or the under on this one? Just hypothetically.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I think the under's probably looking pretty safe. But
Side out, 2-8.
You never know.
Greeny just ripped a good little backhand there. I like that. Trying to get the ball through to the back. Bobby.
Wow.
That hit the side wall.
3-8.
Front wall and then into the neck. Great 3-wall. Couple of big points on now.
Ah. 4-8.
He was a bit worried about Jordan on his hip there, and he spent a lot of time getting body position, and he forgot about the ball.
Yep.
And, hit the top of the frame and then hit the floor. Bews and West here just letting go of a lead. It's a tactical and mental error to let that happen.
Well, this is what we were talking about keeping your concentration all the way through, because to 8-1, they kept it beautifully.
Yep.
I mean, beautifully. And now they've made 3 poor shots. I mean, let's call a spade a spade.
Yeah. Well, and look at 8-1. I mean, if this was the Yankees, this is where you call in Mariano Rivera, right? You just need someone to come in and finish this thing, but they couldn't make it happen. No Rivera out there. We're back into some good rallying here, so Bews and West really need to make sure they just keep things together here. They really do need to win this next point to get the momentum back. Because 6-8, it's only a 2-point buffer.
And let's keep in mind, it was 8-1.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, framer. Oh, Bobby. Yeah, I'd agree. I'd be angry with myself there too.
Yep. He had it on his racket.
Bobby from the right, 5-9.
At least to do a more forcing shot than he did, but he actually wound up giving a setup.
Well, unfortunately, from that
5-9.
position, a forehand drop into the front forehand corner when someone as quick as Colin West is right there, you've either got to hit the nick on that or come up with something different. I think there's probably a few different options he probably should have taken there. Nope, someone better hit that.
Oh,
10 out of 10. This is exactly what they
Side
didn't
out,
need.
10-5.
Wincing face of Jordan Greenberg turning into the camera there.
Yeah.
Understandably, I'd be wincing too.
Down.
Ah, Bews with 0 footwork, just having an absolute swing at that
10-6.
reverse. Hoping it comes off.
It's a good call, Jeff, because I think when we've seen a bunch of the sort of bad errors, a lot of it has been footwork based. And that idea of like keeping your feet light, keeping your feet moving, it's one of the reasons that in another sport, Roger Federer is so amazing, is because his footwork is just constantly, just rarely hitting the ball from a stretch or something like that.
Yeah, and I
But
mean, in
we've
doubles,
seen-
if you're just sticking your racket out there and reaching to hit the ball, you will hit it, but you're just going to lose a lot of accuracy there. And so if you get yourself into good positions, which might seem like you don't need to all the time, you're going to hit better balls. So it's just fighting that urge to just stand and deliver. It's a bit better rally here from Burns and Greenberg.
Down.
Bews, that was ambitious. It was probably a little bit high.
Side out, 7-10.
And even there on that one, so that's an overhead. If he had taken one more step back towards the side wall before he hit that,
Yeah.
he would have not made that error.
Oh.
And instead what he did was he sort of lunged with his body upward
Yeah.
instead of sideways.
Yeah.
And that makes the error. And it's really that, it's often that one more step and being light enough on your feet to make that one more step.
Yeah, and that's where fatigue comes into it at the back end of these games. Doesn't seem to me like these boys are really fatigued yet, but maybe mentally they've just let it go a few times.
It's not just fatigue. I think when the times are tense, I think one of the first things that goes is your footwork gets less light. You know, it gets a little bit heavier, a little more stuck in the mud.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there. Yeah, Bews isn't exactly Fred Flintstone out there right now. He's kind of just standing and delivering, so hopefully he can get things moving and start whacking a few into the shot. Oh, good pick up.
Oh, no.
That's very unfortunate. I didn't really
something
see.
happened. Is it his
Left
racket
side,
break?
8-10.
No, he just mishit it. I don't know what he was shooting for
It
there.
sounded strange.
10-8 though. This has gone from being, what were we, 8-1?
It was 8-1.
To now a very tight fourth game, and I would even
8-1 and 10-5 also.
Yeah, I would go as far as saying that if Greenberg and Burns win this, oh my God,
no.
Greenie. I spoke too soon. I got to be quiet.
Oh no.
Second hand from the right.
The commentator's curse.
That was it right there. That was the definition of it.
Yeah, 11-8. But I mean, look, if they can manage to sneak this game, I think mentally Colin and Adam are going to really struggle in that last game, being 2-love up. So we'll see what happens here. They really need, for their sake, just to finish this off. Framers there from Greenie. That's a great shot. See, that's some strong squash there. He's hit a great cross court.
Side out,
got
12-8.
a nice fat return, and he's put it down. It's good. All right, 12-8. Two very big points here. See if the boys can stay focused. Jordan. It's a good little bit of physical work there from Colin. I like that.
Wow.
Jordan almost took that one.
I felt that
Left
one.
side, 12-8.
Jordan felt it too, even though he didn't actually feel it. You could.
He's throwing their hands up, asking, where do I go, where do
Wow.
I go? And I think the answer is not there, Jordan. Not there. Yeah, I'm not real well known for getting out of the way either, though, so it's a little bit of the hypocrisy there from me having a go at Jordan. But nice to see. Oh, that's
wow,
a
that's a good
real
shot.
good angle. He's hit that right into the side wall.
Well, I think that may
13-8.
have been the difference between 12-9 and 13-8. Big. So
Yeah.
this is.
We'll see if they can finish it off from here, because this is an important point.
They need to focus here all the way through.
Good little
All
framer
the
there
way
from
through.
Bobby. Start the point off.
Adam's not moving his feet again. He's got to move
it.
them around.
That's it.
That's better.
Both teams working for position here, which is good to see. Oh, Bobby
Wow.
loves a big shot. Just Adam on camera that looked down, but
13-9.
on camera it didn't look great. But yeah, Bobby just getting one that was just not as deep as it should have been from Colin. Oh, there you go. Look at
Side
that.
out,
Just whip that.
10-13.
It's 2 shots in a row where they've just given Bobby a free swing from the middle of the court, and he's delivered. I'd be very careful here if I was Team Blue.
This is what we said about just focusing all the way through. It's they've had a number of leads here and then giving them up. We'll see.
Yeah, well, if they lose this game, they've got no one to blame but themselves. But I think they might pull this through. That's a good heater. Just a little bit too long. It's right on his racket there, Adam. Need to do more with it. It's a good lob.
It's a really good lob.
Good defense of it. That's a great defensive shot there too. Oh. Look out. Trouble. It's a good get from Bobby. This is trouble.
Get.
Oh. Greeny.
Oh, right.
That's
Nice
a
point.
double fist pump.
That's a nice point.
It's well played. I think Greenberg really knew the importance of that point and
Left side,
delivered with a great shot.
11-13.
So it's 3 winners off the racket of Team Faded Maroon.
Yeah. Team Bates. They both went to Bates.
Little chat up there at the front just to try and get focused for this next point. 12-13 versus 14-11. Two very different situations. That's trouble. You've got to step into that, Bewsy. Do something with it. They're hanging on. Hanging on. Jordan still chucking himself all over the court. Bobby with the heat. Blocking Adam out after the shot too.
Oh, wow.
It's a very skinny cross there, Adam. Good rally, boys. Geez, I'm a little nervous now. See what's going to happen.
11-13.
Lucky. Bobby. I mean, of all
Hits
the people,
beam.
the man who knows the court puts one into the beam at 13-11. The crowd enjoying that a little bit. I think they're putting
Second hand from the
putting a
right.
bit on him there. I think they understand the irony of the situation.
11-14.
Ahmed
Match
Anvari
ball.
there watching what's going down, hoping this match is about to be over so he can get on the court. But I don't know that it's over just yet. Wouldn't count these two out. Rainey giving it a tongue. Bews a bit with the cement boots on at the moment, so hopefully see him moving and doing some damage. That's a great shot.
Oh.
Great shot, Adam.
That's the
Great
one.
shot. All right.
Move your
Good
feet,
finish to the
got the
match.
win.
He got in behind that ball, chipped it across court, and good finish to the match. I think the crowd enjoyed that. Judging by the noise, they all love that. It's good to see Ricardo still with the towel dragged around his shoulders can finally go and have a shower after reffing that match. Yeah. All right, well, that was entertaining, Will. I enjoyed that.
That was. So we got our first 4-game match of the night. We've had 2 3-love matches. We've got one more match to go tonight.
Who's up next?
We've got we've got another former Heights Casino pro in Graham Bassett.
Okay.
And he is playing with Ahmed Anvari, who grew up here at the Heights Casino.
Is he a Heights Casino junior?
He is indeed.
Okay, so a bit of history here.
Yep. And they are playing Elroy Leong and Tor Christoffersen.
No, I don't know Tor, but I met Elroy yesterday for the first time. He's at the Union Club uptown with the famous Johnny Smith. So,
well, they are both Trinity grads.
Okay.
They both played at Trinity. Tor was actually the 2-time junior Swedish national champion, and I believe he actually was also the Swedish men's national champion 1 year right before he went to Trinity. So
really, okay.
He's a good singles player. And he played well at Trinity. He was a tri-captain there his senior year. And Elroy was
bringing it in from Malaysia, is he?
Yeah, from Malaysia, and he played. He was actually number 2 in Malaysia.
Okay.
And then went to Trinity, and he was an All-American for Trinity.
Yeah, wow.
And so, they both have really good singles
Yeah.
pedigrees, and the question is, how well do they play doubles and doubles together?
Well,
Elroy's been playing a little bit on the tour,
Yeah.
but he's had a variety of partners.
Okay.
So I don't know how much Tour and Elroy have played together, but
Well, they had a big match earlier. Was that earlier today? Their
it
last
was
qualifying match
that
where
match
they were down.
actually ended at 2:45. So what time is it now? It's 8 o'clock. So
Yeah.
really just over 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
And
Look, they look fit. They should be able to back up. But what I saw at the back end of that game this morning, or 2:45, was I think they were down 12-8 or 11-8 in that fifth set, and managed to come back and beat Chris Binney, who's had a good run of things on the singles tour and is playing some good doubles. And who was Chris playing with?
he was
Blanking.
playing with Partha Sharma.
Parth Sharma, yeah. So Parth and Chris, I probably on paper would have backed them for the win. So Elroy and Tor to get through that is a good win. So it'll be great to see what happens here. Obviously with the magician on the right wall in Hamed Anvari, he's got great hands. He can really manipulate the ball around the court well, and Graham's had a really good run recently, and
Yes, he has.
he's always been able to take some really good shots. He's got a good reverse on him, and can give the ball a good whack. And you can usually count on Graham for a couple of tins a game, but he's reeled that in a little bit just recently. And him and Clive Leach had a couple of good wins just recently, and so it'll be interesting if he can carry that form through this tournament. And I think he'll be difficult with Anvari there, and. I think on paper you probably would back the more experienced team of Bassett and Vari, but
Yeah, well, we'll have to see also whether the 5-game match, the come from behind, as you said, whether that is satisfaction. Now we qualified and we did our job,
sure.
or is that, hey, we're on a roll, let's
Yeah.
keep it going.
Yeah, and maybe that time on the court was good for him, right? So,
Yeah.
Graham with a bit of the bicep grab on the backhand there, it looks a bit unconventional, but he can definitely whip that ball across the court and put it in position. And
So yeah, just to make sure everybody knows, so this is Graham Bassett, who's on the left-hand side of the court right now, paired with Ahmed Anvari, who's on the right-hand side of the court. Ahmed comes from here, and he was a Heights Casino product. He has some nice doubles highlights as well. He was 2015 St. Louis champion. He was a 2011 Graham Cup winner. He won a couple of junior doubles titles as well. He's a good player, and of course, as you said with Graham's been lurking around both in the pro scene in doubles and also in sort of the, I guess we don't really call it amateur anymore, but the sort of the national championship era. He has been the national doubles champion with Preston Quick. He has been the under 25 and under 30 national doubles champion. One time with
G.
Manic
Mac and Cheese.
Mathur, and another with Greg MacArthur. So I mean, he's played with a variety of partners. He's good at adjusting to people, and he's got some real pedigree as well. And as you said, very recently, he's been on a nice roll.
Yeah.
So he's been playing really well, and I think you're right that we have to think that Anvari and Bassett would be the favorites here.
Yeah, and about 5 years ago, I managed to get a leave pass from my wife and come over and play a few doubles tournaments. I think I played 3 doubles tournaments on a trip, which was a great little holiday for me. But I played 2 of those events with Graham.
Oh, with Graham.
And unfortunately, we had to qualify both events, and we did. And then the first round we drew Mudge and Gould, which we took a game off them each time, which was good. But
That's very good.
Yeah, but I thought Graham
one
played
of the all-time best teams.
Yeah, and I think Graham played really well in those matches, and we had a couple of really tough qualifying matches, and he held it together well. So looking forward to seeing him do well today. He's a great guy, and with him and Anvari going at it, I think it'll be an interesting match. But I'm keen to see what Tor's got. With a name like Tor, I just think world's strongest man, so I want to see him out there crushing the ball, but I haven't met the guy myself, but I'm hoping he can really give it a whack.
Well, in the last match, we were guaranteed to have either a current or former Heights Casino pro go through to the next round, In this one, we've got a chance to have 2. if we get another one through, if Graham and Ahmed win this match, we will have no fewer than 3 Heights Casino. Actually, more. Eric Bedell is also
Bedell's a Heights guy.
Heights guy. So we've got a bunch of Heights people playing here, but
Unfortunately, Pete Kelly couldn't get it in tonight. Another Heights guy.
Yep, they're around. So
former national junior champion Pete Kelly.
Oh yeah.
But had a tough time of it out there today because come up against a team who was really red hot.
Well, I think he it was one of the first times he played with his partner today as well. So
yeah, I mean, I didn't see that whole match, but from what I saw, James Stout could not miss. Him and Swiss were unbelievable. But yeah, I think Alex and Peter were always going to have a tough matchup, but
it just seemed like Alex and Peter hadn't. It was Alex Domenick, by the way, and Peter Kelly hadn't spent enough time or hadn't had enough time playing with each other. By the third game, they were starting to get more of a rhythm going.
Yeah.
But when you're down 2-0 and you're playing somebody who's really hot, as Jamie Stout was, it's hard.
Yeah,
so.
Look, Stout's definitely one of the best couple of left wallers out there because he sees the ball like an absolute balloon and he can do a lot with it. So, all right, we're halfway through the warm up here. Let's see the Swede and the Malaysian get at it now for a little bit. This will be good to see. Anvari just working the corners. And a nick to walk off the court. It's always a good way to walk off a court.
right, we are back here for the final match of the evening at the 2020 David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Tournament at the Heights Casino in Brooklyn Heights, New York. My name is Will Carlin. I will be with you for every match all through the weekend, and I will be joined by various color commentators throughout the weekend. And right now, for our second match in a row, I've got Jeff Osborne from Australia sitting here with me. He's playing in the tournament. He's playing tomorrow night. I'd like to say formally good luck to you tomorrow night. I hope you play very well. And very happy to have you here. This is an interesting match. We've got Graham Bassett and Ahmed Anvari, who both have Heights Casino connections. Graham was the doubles and adult pro here, and Ahmed Anvari grew up here. And they are playing.
First round match. Quiet
they are playing,
in the gallery, please.
Sorry, just don't want to overstep the referee.
Elroy versus Graham and Hamed.
Tor Christoffersen and Elroy Leong. And that is Tor, who's about to serve, and we are underway.
So yeah, Tor and Elroy in the grey. Tor and Elroy in the grey tops and the white, off-white, beige the bone, the ivory shorts. Against the boys in dark colours. Is that navy or black?
I think it's navy blue. I saw them in the locker room just a little bit ago. So.
I'm not going to wonder why you were hanging out in the locker room, Will, but we'll leave it at that. So this will be an interesting matchup. Wait, do we know where Tor plays at the moment?
Tor is. I should know that. Hold on.
Because we know Elroy's up at the Union Club with Johnny Smith.
I don't know where he's playing now. I know that he is from Sweden and played at Trinity, but I don't know where he's currently living. Okay.
Oh, Elroy with a backhand volley nick.
Second man, 2-1.
Great shot. He's got good hands.
Yeah, he does. Now, Elroy has two siblings who play squash. He played at Trinity, and his sister, Lynn Leong, also played at Trinity.
Point.
It's probably going to be a stroke there. He's hit that ball straight back to himself, and the only way Graham could hit that would be straight into the back of his leg. That's grounds for a stroke. That's Anvari just taking that front corner on. Oh, I'm going to go no let. Let's see what the umpires say. Let. That's very
3-1.
Nice. I agree, Graham, but here we are, 3-1. Wow. Anvari sold on the cross court there, beaten down the line. You won't see that very often with Anvari. He's usually a very good reader of the game.
He's got a very gifted racket also.
Yeah, you know what? That's a great shot. This would be interesting because Elroy's got great wheels on him. He can get a lot of ball back, so that front left corner is going to be tough to hit winners to.
3-all.
So a lot of people who are watching may know, or probably know who Graham Bassett. He's having a great year this year, and Ahmed Anvari has been around the squash world for a long time. You may know less about Tor Christoffersen, who played at Trinity. He was a four-time national Swedish champion in junior titles, so he won the under 15, 2 under 17, and under 19. He played in 7 European junior championships and 2 world junior championships. He is a very accomplished singles player. And Elroy also is a Trinity, so they didn't overlap at Trinity, but they know each other from Trinity. And they have gotten together, and he is a teaching pro at Squash on Fire in Washington, D.C., and as you've already noted, has long been noted for his retrieving ability and his raw speed around the court.
Yeah, so Elroy's not at, he was at Squash on Fire just recently, and he's I think he's just started up at the Union Club in the city now.
Oh, is that right?
Johnny, yeah.
Thank you for...
He's going to get a lot of doubles practice up there. They're big on doubles, and actually the last Swede to spend a bit of time on the pro doubles tour is Anders Wallstedt. Do you remember Anders Wallstedt? he played this tournament with myself a few times, and he really was a great hardball player, hardball doubles and singles.
Yeah, and of course he was number 11 in the world in softball singles.
Is that true?
I thought it was good.
Yeah.
7-4.
So he was quite a good singles player. He was somebody, when he came over here toward the tail end of his career, it was about the time when I was competing at my best, and we had some great matches, and we've continued to have some great matches in the age groups now.
Yeah, great.
We're a similar age, and so he and I have a long friendship and a long rivalry. I should say it's not really a rivalry when I've beaten him maybe one time out of about 13. But we have had a surprising number of those have gone 5 games, so I feel like from my end it's a rivalry. He probably says, yes, Will.
Oh, well, he's such a lovely guy. I've never heard him say a bad word about anyone.
No,
so,
he's a super nice guy and a really good player.
Great doubles player. He very, very strong on the ball and could hit the ball hard. Graham with a bit of a mental error there, burying that one in the tin.
Now, I think there's going to be no question that the crowd here is going to be on the team in navy blue, Bassett and Anvari's side, because of their Heights Casino pedigrees.
Down. 7-all.
Graham just taking the role of tin tickler to start this game. He needs to lift those up a little bit because that's not going to get him too far. So hopefully he can start to find the front wall a few more times. It's interesting, you know, with different teammates, you need to understand you got different roles. And
8-7. Right.
It's a good shot. Graham kind of needs to understand that you know, the majority of the winners probably need to come off Anvari's racket rather than his own, and his job's more to set Anvari up in good positions where he can do some damage. So.
What?
What's interesting about that is it's a little bit different than, you know, if you think about historical doubles. I know it's not necessarily current doubles, but historical doubles is that the person on the left side of the court is often the shooter.
I would
and
agree.
The person on the right side of the court is...
Wow. Did you see that? Look at this. Little top spin,
9-7.
cross court. Nick.
Wow, that's a great shot.
Big, tall.
So I think you're right, though. Anvari is clearly the shot maker on his
9-8.
He should be.
No, it is, and you're right though. I would say it's much rarer for the shot maker to be the right waller. Usually the right wall is the blaster and the left wall is the shooter. But
that used to be almost definitively the case. Now I think it's probably more often than not, but it's not.
Jamie Bentley would probably disagree with you. Bentley used to love burying a few into the nick from the right wall. He used to bury a few into the back of people's legs every now and then too, which I've experienced personally. But
even now, one of the hardest hitters in squash doubles that the game has ever known.
9-all. Side out.
Jamie Bentley just hit the ball,
Crushed the ball.
so hard.
I'd love to have got a gun on Jamie hitting the ball, Damien hitting the ball when he was like 25, Gary, Gouldy, and then Marnik. If you made me guess, I'd still say Marnik's got
9-10.
a little bit over all of them, but
Would you?
that was up. Marnik just, it's a different noise. Oh, and the big shoulder block. Anvari will
Side
not
out,
like that
11-9.
at all. That'll fire him up, especially down 11-9. I think you know, Bassett and Anvari probably expected to have a bit of an easier time to start this. So
Yeah. Well, they were up 9-7, I believe. So
there you go. See, there's Anvari with the good racket.
11-10.
Just pops it up there. Yeah. Can't cross court onto his racket, Elroy. Did he put that in?
yeah,
That's a great shot.
12-10.
Yeah, wow.
they're shooting really well.
Yeah, if these guys keep playing a lot of doubles, they're going to be in a lot of trouble on the tour as well, because they're hit some good balls and get some good positions.
Well, we knew they were fast, but they're also hitting some nice shots, at least right now.
Yeah, Elroy knows what he's doing out there. It's good. Line off there, but still back in it. Graham. Did that hit the vertical nick?
Side out.
Oh, no, it's hit the
11-12.
nick. Well played. Crowd likes it.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing not to like about Tour and Elroy, but the crowd is definitely on the other team's side.
Oh, that's a
12
racket
all.
error there, mate. It's
That's
really hard
almost
to
as much a concentration error as a racket error.
Yeah, and it's really hard in this game to backpedal and hit the middle of the racket. You really
That's
want
a
your
really
momentum
good
and your body weight stable or moving forward when you make contact, right? Because if the ball's coming at you and you're backing up, it really makes it hard to time that ball. So I think that was his main error there. So 12 all. Here we'll see what happens. Maybe the quality of
I think it was good.
Anvari. If it was good, they could be in trouble.
So good, let.
Oh, I think Tor got off very lightly there because the only person he would have hit there is his partner.
I didn't even think he asked for a let. I think the serve was good. Serve was good. I'm not saying it. No one asked for a let.
Who we got on the refereeing here?
Oh, you asked for a let? All right, let. I didn't know he asked for a let. I think it was a let now that I know he was asking. I didn't know he asked for a let. What? Yeah, I think he could have gone sidewall there. What?
Yeah, Graham's got a very good point here, and at 12 all, I understand his reluctance to let this point go. I don't think he's going to change anyone's mind, but I think a lot of squash players think maybe if they argue the point, there'll be a bit of like a moral obligation to lean the next one their way. Good dodge on their talk. It's a good pick up, alright. God, he is really quick onto the ball, alright. I like it. Throws a filly in. He's creative. It's good to see some new guys to the game.
Nice covering by Anvari.
Yeah. He reads the game so well, Anvari. That is really well hit, Tor. Backed Anvari out there and smacked that real hard. That was well played.
Yep. That's a nice point.
Right, Graham, 12-13.
I think both
It's going to
teams
be a little bit frustrating for Graham and Anvari because of that tricky serve on the last point.
Yeah.
But it looks like they've moved on from it.
Yeah, they got to let that go. The double boast there. Oh, and a great defensive effort. Graham just taking a massive swing through the middle there. Lucky no one got clocked.
12-13. What?
Yeah, see, Anvari's just trying to hold his ground there a little bit. He might be maybe 20, 25 pounds outclassed there. I don't know.
Did he make that? He made that. That's a great revert. Oh, no. Yeah, he made it.
He made it. It looked down on camera, didn't it?
It did. I thought it looked down on camera.
This court is a bit funny because sometimes you can hit the ball down and it sounds up, and sometimes you can hit it up and it sounds down.
13 all.
Can't trust your ears. You got to trust your eyes.
13 all.
Big point. Tor with the double. So the double boast is where you go sidewall, sidewall, front wall. It's almost impossible to do in the softball game, but in the hardball game, it works out a really good shot because the ball ends up dropping within a foot or two of the front wall, and so unless someone's got some really great wheels, they're not going to get it.
And it's even trickier because you're hitting it hard.
Yeah.
And so you're thinking that there's no way it's going to wind up like a delicate drop.
Yeah. Tor with the framer. He's still in there, though. Good spot, all right. That's really good squash. Well played, boys. Just back that out. Graham, very passive there, hanging out behind Elroy. He needs to really step up there and take control. So 15-13, good first game.
A little bit of a sort of against what we were both thinking. I think we both said that we thought that Bassett and Anvari were the favorites. We weren't saying they were prohibitive favorites, but we were saying they were definitely favorites. And it's a great start for Elroy and Tour. They came out and they shot well. They were certainly moving very well. And I think they made fewer unforced errors.
Yeah.
If I were to sort of really say what did I think went wrong for Graham and Ahmed, it would be unforced errors and a little bit, as you would say, too many balls out in the open, out in the middle.
Yeah, no, they're not. they're not really playing their roles just yet. So maybe this second game they'll kind of get the hang of each other a little bit better. Oh, that was buried very well there by Graham in that highlights package.
There was some great shot making here. I mean,
It was some very good shot making.
the shot of that first game may have been the cross court topspin drop shot.
I love that.
The Tor hit off
At
of,
full stretch.
Yeah, at full stretch.
Up
Off of a reverse.
Yeah.
It was a great shot.
And a couple of really low reverses as well. So good to see some shooting.
But I'm very impressed with Tor and Elroy. I haven't seen them much, so this is my first time seeing them, and I think they're an impressive team. What I really like is obviously they know each other. They're both Trinity grads, but what it seems like is it looks as though they've been playing together for a while. They have nice communication. They're moving well with each other, and they, unlike sort of Graham and Anvari right now, they know their roles.
Yeah.
So their roles are sort of Elroy and Tor have sort of figured out exactly sort of who's doing what a little bit better than it seems like Graham and Ahmed have so far.
Well, I've got a question for you, Will. It's the other night we had a couple of Egyptians come in and play their first doubles tournament, both singles guys, and they had Mustafa Asal in the crowd watching what was going on. And he was looking very intrigued, obviously a very attacking player. But what do you think it takes as a singles player to transition into doubles successfully? Why do some singles players seem to do it easier than others, do you think?
Well, one of the things that I think is
Shut up, Barry.
in doubles, you need to be able to volley, and you need to be able to volley the ball above your shoulder, which, in softball singles, you do that a lot, but there are some players who do it more than others. And if you have that sort of understanding of being able to do that, the other thing is that you have to sort of get your body into the ball, and there are still a number of players in singles who are more arm and wrist flicky.
Yeah.
And I think the flicky have a little bit tougher time transitioning to doubles.
You think it's a heavier ball?
I think it's a heavier ball, and you have to be able to pound it every now and then.
Yeah.
You have to know how to do that. And if you spend most of your time in singles as a flicky kind of player, it's not going to translate as well to doubles as the people who know how to hit it hard. I mean, look at Cameron Pilley and Ryan Cuskelly.
Yeah.
Those two guys have barely played any doubles, but they were two of the hardest hitters in the game. They know how to hit the ball straight up and down the wall, and that just translates super well. And they're playing great.
Yeah.
And we'll see them tomorrow. They made it through the qualifiers here, and they're a really exciting team to watch because they're so well known in singles, and they can hit the ball a ton, and they're sort of figuring it out. So that's my sense. What do you think? I mean, you played both singles and doubles. What's your thought?
Yeah, for me, one of the things.
By the way, can I just interrupt you for a second?
Sure. 5-love.
Graham and Ahmed here are playing quite well at the start of this.
You just cursed Graham.
I know. I did the curse.
Sorry, Graham.
But we were looking to see whether or not they would turn around, and I'm interested in continuing that discussion, but we should probably just focus on this for a second here because this is a big couple of points. And just as I say that, 2 unforced errors, one by Graham and one by Ahmed.
They definitely would have wanted a 5-love start to start things, but 2 silly errors there by both players to let Tor and Elroy back in the game, and another racket error from Graham. 3-5. It's again, the really good teams, once they get a little bit of a lead, they just don't let you back in, or if they do let you back in, you've got to work super hard for it, and they're just giving away a few points here, and where they should be up a little bit. But Anvari with the 3-wall. That's one of Graham's favourite shots.
Oh no.
Elroy, that's a a really good
smart,
good spot. You know, the silly thing there is Anvari had that if Graham had the wherewithal to let that go. So yeah. A bit of miscommunication. Two boys by the back wall. So at 4-5, they're back in this. Oh, that's trouble. That's a really good backwall post and a good corkscrew. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Elroy, great ball. So that one there, once it hits that the side wall towards the back there, it ends up running parallel to the back wall, and you just can't get anything on it to get it back to the front wall. So a great shot there by Elroy.
It's almost like we call it the Philadelphia here. You call it the corkscrew.
Yeah.
But it's almost like the double boast.
Yeah.
Except going the other way.
In reverse.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Anvari's favourite spot there. He overhit a reverse, and he just
Right
loves
side,
just flicking that thing in there.
5-6.
He's got such good hands. Tor should be a little mad at himself for letting those guys off the hook there. Alright, slowing it down a little. Whoops. Yeah, it's a good cross-court, Nick. So yeah, I mean, look,
Side out.
I think maybe they were
7,
thinking to slow things up
5.
there, but you got to be careful when you slow things up that you don't drop in intensity. You still need to get the ball through to the back. You still need to create good positions without dropping intensity.
So just to be clear, you're saying that Tor and Elroy were slowing it up, or were you saying that?
It looked like they did for a second there. I don't know whether it's intentional or not, but either way, it was a bad idea because that's a great shot, Elroy. I love that. It's just on his hip,
7-6.
whips it across for the reverse. Great position.
Yeah, it seems like they're doing better when they're keeping it sort of frenetic.
I'd agree.
I appreciate a good lob as much as anybody. It's one of my favorite shots in the game.
Bit of a lob connoisseur.
I really do love a good lob, and it's when I play, it's as much as I was ever known for anything. It's one of the shots I was.
This
sort
would be
of
an
known
interesting
for.
call. So Tor back to Anvari out. He called an early let. Personally, I wouldn't give him a let there because I think Tor's got every
I
right
think
to
he
play
got
that
it.
ball, and Anvari's got to go around and hit the ball.
Did you get it? No, he didn't.
It's a no let, and
It's a
Anvari's visibly
You were
upset
right.
there. And I think Tor's doing a good job of getting in his way a little bit and just messing with him a little bit.
Good call.
It is a bit of a mental game, this one. Anvari's got a lot of experience though, so he won't let it bother him for too long, I'd say.
But anyway, back to my point about I think these guys are doing better when they are zinging it around the court. Tor and Elroy.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah, it's all about intensity for these guys. Oh, that's crushed.
Wow. Nicely done.
See, Tor's first movement there was backwards. He's got to go across to that and really get it before it beats him. That's a singles movement there, right? Just going back to the back wall to fetch it off the back wall, where in doubles that ball skids through. You've got to go across and put a racket on it.
Yeah, although I will tell you that if your name was Nick Matthew in singles, you were never going backwards.
That's true, right? Yeah, he was one of the best at stepping across and cutting the ball off, which is why he was such a difficult customer and prolific winner of the game.
3-time world champion, 3-time world number 1.
Yeah.
Side out, 9-7.
Elroy getting a bit excited there and putting a pretty simple shot into the tin.
So this is a nice little recovery by Graham and Ahmed because they were up 5-0 and then it got a little.
There he is, exact same position.
Yep. And watch, there it is. You
10-7.
move backwards again.
Yeah.
It's a good observation because
Gotta
it
go
is his
across.
first step. His
Gotta
first
go
step
across.
is one going towards the back wall instead of even just straight across.
It's old movement habits are hard to break in squash
11-7.
players because we spend, a lot of the time, particularly when we're young, grooving efficient movement patterns into our game.
Yep.
Maybe that comes back to. Oh, he hit
What?
him.
Did he hit him?
Yeah, just on the
Right.
backswing there,
Oh yeah, on the back.
11-7.
just on the shoulder. It comes back to, I think, a mental position that the players who are default aggressive and go
12-7.
after the ball.
I think he might have had an opportunity to call for a let there, but he didn't say it.
Yeah. Racket error.
So this is interesting because it's very quickly
12-7.
Graham and Ahmed have taken control of this. game.
It's a good lob. Anvari does have a very good lob. Needs a bit better court awareness there to know that Graham was all the way back, but they're still in this. Good cross there, Elroy. Watch that, that's going to be trouble. Yeah, Graham loves that shot, but oh, looks like he's picked it up. Jeez, Elroy's got quick hands.
Wow.
Pickup was good.
Yeah, good hands.
Right, Graham, 12-8.
That's another illustration of,
12-8.
you know, Elroy and Tor. If you can just blast it at them, they're gonna handle you just fine.
I think Elroy a lot better than Tor. He's got really good hands and he looks for the ball on his racket, just as
9-12.
Oh, he
side out.
buried that in the nick.
He buried it.
Great shot.
And what I think Graham and Ahmed were doing really well was they were mixing up high balls and lobs.
Oh no. Alright, they're still in this. It's on Graham's racket. Tor forward, Tor. Look at that. God, he's got quick hands. I like him.
He does.
You know, the other Malaysian doubles player, Randy Lim, also very quick
Oh.
with the hands and feet.
Nice.
That's a bad racket error there from Elroy.
9-13.
It's a great shot, though. He
left
got the
Elroy.
angle just right on the side wall there.
And that's the challenge, right? When you're hitting the ball across court, you really need to hit the side wall exactly where the other guy's standing, and Anvari doing a great job of it there.
But see, look how they're really mixing the pace up. So when they hit hard, and I will go back to saying I believe Elroy and Tor should really be trying to pick up the pace on these guys, because if you give these guys the opportunity to hit these nice lobs and all.
Yeah, I'd be doing the same. I'd be really trying to whack the ball. That's a great shot.
Thank
Anvari
you.
he loves that backhand from across
Beautiful.
the court.
Side out.
See, what
14-9.
they are right now,
Green ball.
Graham, Bassett, and Ahmed Anvari are completely dictating the pace in the last part of this game. They're the one who's deciding when it's going to be soft and
Game
when it's going to be a lob, and
15-9.
that's a nice game.
Were we at 8-all there for a second?
We were at
Why is this?
Well, it was close to that,
it was
right?
close to 8-all. Yeah.
Yeah, and 15-9. So
It's a really nice end of game by these guys.
they've just
really
run
played
away
well.
with it. Yeah.
But I think one of the things here that they really did well was control the pace.
Yeah.
You know, and part of it was you called it right away when Ahmed started hitting some really nice lobs. His lob sort of set Graham up to hit some of those hard cross courts.
Yeah.
And to hit some reverse corners.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Tor and Elroy sort of fell into, oh, well, we'll lob too, but they're not as good at it. And their strength is the reflex stuff and the speed.
Yeah.
You know, like that shot perfectly
Brilliant.
there. You know, like when Elroy can sort of like, but that shot right there that Graham hit, that cross court came as a complete result of the lob being set up, and that one is what Elroy wants to do more of, is get into just like, let's have it be just about quick reflexes and quick movement.
Yeah, I agree. I think pace is going to suit them very well. You know, if I'm chatting to Elroy and Tor in between games, I would be firing them up to get out there and just smack the life out of that ball every chance they get.
Yeah.
Because higher pace suits them.
Yeah.
You know, and this is a great court for it. And you know, not that these guys are bad at higher pace, but the slower the pace gets, I think the more Anvari's got time to weave his magic, and that suits them a little bit. So, you know, we want to avoid Graham and Anvari shooting too much if I'm Tor and Elroy.
Yeah. Well, it's 1-all. So now, let's say you are Tor and Elroy, and you said some things you don't want to do. What's your game plan? What are you actually saying? Is there one player that you're going to play more than the other? Or is it just that you are going to try and increase the pace?
Yeah,
what are you going to do?
Well, I think I'd have a chat to Tor and tell him to keep kind of physically, you know, being dominant on the right with Anvari, because that's obviously causing him a few issues, which I like. So he needs to keep getting involved, and I want Elroy to keep shooting.
And in the first game, Tor did that. He
Yeah,
actually
brilliant.
he sort of pressed Anvari off the ball.
Yeah.
And he actually got a couple of just down the wall winners,
Yeah.
where he just sort of smacked it down there.
Yeah, and then Elroy needs to keep taking his shots. You know, he's He's got good hands, and he can rip a reverse, and that lefty reverse, I mean, you know, if you've seen Cuskelly play a reverse, you know, the ball's behind him, and he just rips this ridiculous reverse over and over again. He never misses. He misses high, but he never misses low.
Yeah.
It's obscene, but, you know, I think Elroy could do that same thing and just rip it in there, because, you know, I don't know that they're going to do all that much damage, but I think the big thing is if he is going to rip that reverse, Tor's got to push up really hard so that, you know, Graham doesn't have that cross-court drop option to do the damage.
And if I reverse the question on you, so now you're Graham and Anvari, you've just come back, you've just won, you've won 7 of the last 8 points of the game. What are you saying to yourselves to keep it going?
Slow, lobby, and then when it's open, whack it hard at Tor. He clearly doesn't like the pace as much. I'm
right with you. I think I think we're seeing this the same way right now. We may both be proven wrong, but this is that's a great shot.
Yeah, I like that forehand to the front right. I'm going to go with no let.
I would say
be
no
interested
let
to see what he gets. It's a none. 2 love.
I think did he give it to him?
Yeah, 2 love. Okay. Yeah, he served from the right. Yeah, that's Graham's favourite shot. Tor needs to get up on that earlier. Oh, good rip.
See, look at that. That's just great.
Yeah, and see, this is what Anvari's good at. Yeah, and set Graham up.
I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about.
Easy reverse. So the boys in grey have just got to be patient enough to just keep going back there and hit that skid post back over Anvari's head and just work for position. Down. See, here's a good lead. They had a 5-love lead in that last game. They lost it, and then
but they did put the game away at the end.
True.
This is 4-love.
Graham and Anvari not letting the ball get through to the back, which I think is a good strategy. Oh, Graham, it's a bit ambitious.
It's too bad because they were sort of in control of that point again.
Bit of rush of blood.
Yeah, exactly. A rush of blood. I love that.
Tor. So here we are at 5-1.
Yep, 5-1.
Yeah, 5-1. So it's not the start.
Or 1-5.
1-5, apologies. Yeah,
yep.
It's not the start the team in grey really wanted.
It's handed to me, sorry.
They, in terms of if they were listening to our coaching, which I don't think they were.
They definitely
but
weren't.
if they were, Graham and Ahmed really have taken what we said in there. Slowing it up, looking for it.
Elroy, that
6-2,
could have been
side
6
out.
inches above the tin that would have won. Sorry, Will.
Yep. No, you're exactly right. And that's the point, right? Is that they need to go for it. And because they're not going for it, now the errors are going to creep in.
Quiet in the gallery.
Elroy wanting a bit of a golf atmosphere out here.
Score 6-2, side out.
So
at the moment, the experience of Anvari and Bassett showing.
Look at that. That's another one. Lob into the back. See, but now Elroy and Tor are playing this game too, and it's not. I don't think it's what they should be doing.
You know what? It's physically quite difficult when one team's lobbing to keep the pace up, but I think it's their only option. They need to really just tough it out.
I mean, just
it's a great lob.
I'm very impressed with how Ahmed and Graham have sort of responded here.
But yeah, Elroy's doing a good job there of pushing Anvari back. He's just got to be patient with it and keep doing it over and over again and be prepared to do it all day. It's a great shot. Elroy's got the wheels and great shot, Elroy.
You're right. There's the patience being rewarded.
6-3.
But boy, did Elroy have to work for that, because every time he went up front, he was getting a lob over his head too.
Yeah,
Keep
you
going
just got to
back.
be prepared to go back there and then do it all over again.
Yep.
Patience. Oh, I don't know if he's going to get one there, but that's
6-3.
That's all right. He got lucky.
There've been a few there that have been close, and
Well, Anvari put the screen on there so that Bassett could hit it down the middle, and if he had a little bit more heat in that forehand, he probably could have blown it past him. But here we are replaying the point. 6-3. I know bashing it at Anvari is your best option there, Tor. All right. Little ball down the
Side
middle.
out 4-6.
Caught Anvari off guard.
that's actually 2 points in a row that have been won on points down the middle.
There you go.
Um,
You know, and sometimes with a team that's not overly familiar with each other, that's a really smart option.
yeah.
All right, great wheels. Oh, almost took his partner out, and Tor with a great drop shot.
5-6.
Wow,
So
5-6.
similar to last game, a big lead disappears. Let's see
go.
if they can.
5-6.
All right, so Tor with the serve here, going to really determine what's going to happen. It's a bit of a short one, and Anvari went for the nick, but he got lucky it didn't go in there. Elroy doing a good job of pushing it back. Oh, Anvari just missed his partner again, but good fetch. That's a good spot, Elroy. And now up. Oh no, Anvari, that's a shocker.
Yeah. Big opportunity there.
6
Yeah, they're
all.
obviously not happy about the call on whether that was double bounce or not, but Elroy's got the wheels and he just gets up there and gets under the ball. God, he's quick. Look at that. Graham's not even expecting that to come back.
7-6.
Got to push up, Graham. Come on. It's now 7-6.
5-1.
That's yeah, that's 6 of the last 7 points.
Yep.
Oh, sold. I don't know
Nice
what
shot,
happened there.
bud.
He didn't see that.
7 all.
Nope, he didn't see it. Or what he saw was not that. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, Anvari's got a bit of a shorter swing, so maybe he thought it was going to be a short ball.
The slut.
Oh.
7 all.
Bobby, that's not a good call. Anyway.
You thought it was behind him?
Yeah, I mean, he's got to play that. He didn't play it because he would have played a setup shot, but anyway, got away with it. I'm not the referee. Luckily for Anvari. Tell you what, the boys in grey here are hanging pretty tough. That's again same problem.
8-7.
Did not see
Interesting,
that
he's
at
just
all.
not seeing that.
Yeah, look, Anvari kind
Side out.
of rolled his wrist around that and made it look like it was going cross court, but managed to hit it straight. So it was pretty deceptive. But yeah, he's really got to see those ones. Tor drops. Go back.
9-7.
Go forward, mate.
This is a nice adjustment after having lost a big lead.
Yeah.
And this is what they did last game too. They
Yeah.
had a big lead, they lost it, and then they
Ran away
regrouped at the end.
Mm.
This is I think this word is sometimes used as a
Sure.
negative. But this is
10-7.
this is a mature performance.
Yeah. No, I think it's a. You know, they know what they're doing out there. Those two. Anvari loves that backhand from the middle of the court. You know, if you're the left wall guy, you've just got to push up every time he's got that shot and try and put a bit of pressure on him, because otherwise you'll just hit it all day long. A little shoulder work from Elroy, like it. I know what's going on here up and down the wall.
But
Yeah.
to me, that point is just feeding into
11-7.
Graham's expertise, right?
Yeah, there's no pressure. There's no chance of winning a rally doing that. Graham a bit slow to the front.
But
Elroy got back. That's a good shot. Well played, Tor. I thought Anvari probably could have run it down if he kept going.
I did too.
Yeah,
That's
he
funny
kind
you
of
say
gave
that.
up on it a bit.
He did. He gave up on
11-8.
it.
You're on the right.
And there's a big couple of points here at 11-8. This is Bassett and Anvari's chance to run away with this game. Unless...
I think a 2-1 lead for them at this point is going to be a nice position to be in. Let's put it that way.
Wow, was that a winner?
11-9.
I didn't even see that.
Yep.
Sorry,
Tall
side
with a
out,
little
9-11.
backhand drop. Great shot. Oh, well read by Elroy, and get that in there. Oh, trouble. Yeah, you got to get up on that one. It's Graham's other favourite shot, the forehand.
9-12. Elroy left.
As soon as he sees that open up, he's just got to sprint forward.
Yeah. Because that was another one where it seemed like it was a good shot, but it wasn't a definite put away if he'd been ready for it.
Yeah, there's a bit of an advantage too. Is, you know, if you've got your favourite
Is that
shot,
good?
yeah, very good.
That's a nice shot by Graham.
If you've
Look
got
at
your,
that.
13-9,
That's great.
side out.
if you've got your favourite shot, you know someone's screaming up to cover it. It
Yeah.
makes you second guess whether
For
you should
sure
hit
it
it or not,
does.
right?
Not up.
Oh,
What's not up? Oh. Carry, maybe?
no, I think they were calling.
14-9.
Oh.
They were calling Tor's ball down.
Oh.
And look at this, the exact same position as the last game.
Yep.
From what was essentially
Game.
8-all to
It's
15-9.
almost a mirror repeat.
Yeah,
But as I said, that's a very
it's a mature performance.
strategically well done game. I mean, really just sort of... And I don't want to say that just because they followed our plan to a T.
You know, maybe they are listening.
But that was really good. That was a very nice performance. That'll make the fans here happy. And
Yeah, last match of the night. I don't think anyone wants to go home just yet. They probably want to see a little more squash. It's their opportunity. So
well, the thing about this match is, that as opposed to the 3 matches we've seen so far, every game here has been contested.
yeah,
And in the first 2 matches, there were no contested games. And in the matches before this, the first 2 were not contested, and the last 2 were pretty close.
yeah,
This one, we've had 3 pretty close games all the way through.
yeah.
And that makes it much more fun, I think, for the fans and everybody else. Plus, what's interesting here is that there's been a real strategic adaptation where Graham and Ahmed really sort of changed their game after the first game and realized the value of sort of having the combination of Ahmed's shot making, and particularly revolving around some off-speed lobs and cross courts,
Yeah.
and then having Graham pummel some balls, hit some corners, and also play with a little bit of, off-pace shots as well.
Yeah.
But partly Graham's pace, he's hit a couple of really good winners that have been because of Ahmed's off-pace.
Yeah. Well, and that's something Anvari does very well, right? He's got a great lob on him. He gets under the ball and puts a lot of pressure on the player at the back. And what they're trying to do is get that not so strong return, which allows both of them to either shoot or do something with the ball. So, yeah, and that's the name of the game, and that's the experience they've got, right? The other guys aren't quite as experienced yet at that.
So Tor and Elroy, is your game plan for them the same as it was before, which is that they need to
Just bash
start bashing it?
I mean, it sounds pretty basic and rudimentary, but I think faster-paced game suits them better.
It does. Every time they've done that, they've actually won a series of points. When they've been able to take the pace control away from Graham and Ahmed,
Yeah.
they've won a whole bunch of points. But then Ahmed and Graham have sort of done a very nice job of grabbing it back and saying, nope, sorry, you're going to have to wait because I'm just going to send this as high as I possibly can.
Yeah, and it's
going to go over your head, and now you got to go to the back wall. And if you're not patient enough to wait for your opportunity, and it's clear that when they are patient, Elroy's reverse, super nice.
he's got a great reverse.
Tor's drop shot,
It's nice.
hit 2 or 3 really nice drop shots. I mean, they can do it if
Yeah.
they. But right now, the older guys, I don't know if they are older, but the other guys, no, I
The
think
more
they
experienced
are.
players.
They are. I think Graham and Ahmed are older than these two.
Elroy
Yeah,
looks like a young fella, but
so they are. the older team is proving that their experience has some value to it.
Experience has always got value, right?
Yep.
Elroy just burying a nick there. Don't even touch the ball after that, mate. Just stick
Quick
with that.
serve.
Just quick. While your racket remembers what to do.
Let's get this fourth game underway.
About to get underway again here. So 2-1 lead. It's something that Anvari and Bassett want to capitalise on, but Elroy and Tora will be doing their best to peg one back and make this a 5-setter. Personally, I'd love to see a 5-setter here, but unfortunately, it's out of my hands at this point, and what will be. But not sure what we're waiting for.
I know this is way longer than a 2-minute break.
You know what's going on here? This is something that wasn't around when I was playing 15 years ago, but is now. Is that at the end of the third game before the fourth, you're allowed to start with a brand new ball.
Ah.
And so they're just giving the new ball a bit of a warm up to.
Got it.
To get things going. So.
Way back before your time, the rule used to be that you would have 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes between games.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago, but...
Do I remember correctly, there also used to be a choice at 13 all and 14 all?
Correct.
That was strange.
But
at 13 all, it was 2, 3, or 5, right?
It was 2, 3, first to 2, first to 3, or first to 5. Yes.
Yeah.
And at 14 all, it was 1.
Yeah.
Like it is now.
1 or 3, yeah.
Or 3.
Yeah.
Yep. But you would only call that at 14 all if you hadn't gotten to 13 all first.
Yeah. A little bit confusing, and I actually really love the just 14 all game ball.
Yeah. It makes it much easier. I will say there was some interesting strategy around what you picked, and sometimes occasionally there were quarrels with the team. It's like, I want to do 1. No, we're going to do 3. I want to do 1. We're going to do 3.
Bit extra drama, right?
But there's something about having it all be on one point, which, you know, certainly for fans, it's way more exciting.
Good back wall nick there from Elroy. So the Team Grey's off to a good start here. They've got one good winner down the line, and they're in this game here. So we'll see how this all comes together. Come on, Tor, move those feet, buddy. Nah,
it's exactly lazy. Right. I mean, you're seeing that exactly right. Is that he's doing that lunge that we've seen a few times tonight by various people.
Anvari with the quick serve to get this game going. Oh, good catch.
Wow, nice coverage.
He just reads the ball so well. Like Anvari really does know where the ball's going. What's going on there? That's hit a funny bounce too.
Yeah, it got a
3-2
nick off the back wall. Graham apologized.
I don't know if he really meant it though.
I'm not positive he did, but he did apologize.
It's a token apology. Tor staying in there.
Now look, this is getting. See if Graham and Ahmed realize that what's happened here is the pace has gone up.
Yeah.
And see if they can
it back.
Regain control of sort of, because this is not.
Again, that's it. See, there it is.
Yep.
That's their point. Great effort by the boys.
Graham, 3 all.
Someone needs to yell
right,
at him to keep
right
that
side.
up now.
Graham got a little suckered in on that point.
Yeah.
You know, he got suckered into the hard hitting.
Yeah. The rush of blood.
The thing is, Graham can hit the ball pretty hard.
Yeah, I think the mistake here is to think that, you know, Graham and Anvari are not good on the fast ball. They're actually quite good on the fast ball.
4-3.
Of course they are.
It suits them better to slow it up. So
in this particular match, that's the strategically correct decision.
Ooh, Elroy. Good hands.
There, see? Right there.
Oh, yeah. Good pick up there, Anvari. Oh, the middle of the court drop shot.
What
Didn't
was
quite work
that?
out. You know what? I like it as a shot. It just
But
just
it
didn't pay
came
off.
right back to where Ahmed was.
Yeah, I didn't think he didn't have a great idea where Anvari was. And Bassett with
Wow.
a great reverse there over the head.
5-3.
That's good squash.
Yep.
Right side.
This is good. They had one point where it was sort of slam bang, and then they got right back to slowing the pace up and shooting.
That's Graham's shot. He likes that. Elroy was up
6-3.
there. Gotta put that up, mate.
Elroy's front court quality has suddenly taken a little vacation here.
Bit of a dive, yeah.
But part of that is that he's not getting as many opportunities to do it as he was
Out.
before.
That's true. Oh, Anvari. Put one in the ceiling.
Side out,
Don't say that
4-6.
Well, he's a master lobber. He's allowed one mistake every once in a blue moon.
Four six.
He's been hitting that lob beautifully and avoiding the beam.
To
and
be
the
fair,
roof.
I think he only hit the beam once in the first game and
Yeah.
then once just now, so it's pretty good.
Yes, let. 4-6.
Bit of an open court there, Elroy. Take a swing. Oh, yeah, it's good. It's tight. It's not often that you hit a ball straight down the wall and it glues to the wall
4-7.
in doubles, and when it does, though, it's really a pain in the bum to get off.
Yeah, width is so important in every version of squash.
It's a good get.
Oh wow!
Again, Tor just going back to it a bit rather than just forward. Look to
8-4,
volley.
side out.
See, that's the shot that Graham has hit so well today. Is when he's gotten that opportunity for that hard cross court, he's found the exact spot opposite Tor every time.
Yeah, and it's almost like with Tor, you just need to hit it just in front of his body, breaking, and it just skips away from any.
But it's got to break, and
Yeah.
give Graham credit. He's found that spot.
See, and then he stepped forward to that one. He put a racket on it. It was much better. So here we go. They're back fighting for the front position. Oh, tried to
Look at that. See,
That's
just
a good get back.
it is, but
Elroy with a bit of a heater.
Down.
Wow.
after all that,
9-4.
Yeah.
it's too bad. He
I was
got
impressed with
himself
his
back
pace
into
on
the
that
point.
last rally. He really gave that forehand a good whack.
Elroy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The hardest Malaysian doubles player on the tour. Randy doesn't hit him that hard.
Look at that shot.
It's a
Out.
great get.
That's a
Unfortunate.
great shot by Graham.
10-4.
Look at this. So we've
This is-
gone from what was a very tight game in the low numbers to a 6-point lead.
You have to give Bassett and Anvari just absolute credit for their end of game performances so far. I'm going to say that, and now they're going to suddenly.
10-5.
Yeah, well, you just let Anvari bury one into the tin right in the middle of the U
Yeah,
and happy
right
fun
there.
court
As soon
there,
as I
but,
say that, it's like. But I have been very impressed with their end of games.
Maybe you should do that more. Maybe we can make this a 5-setter. Oh, Tor. See that?
6-10,
Look at
side
this again.
out.
Rip. Nick. No one's getting that. Can we see a bit more of that, Tor?
You do have to be careful here, though, because the other team's a little bit desperate.
Yeah.
Christoffersen and Leong are not feeling that
Trouble.
optimistic, so they're set to just go for it and see if they can get themselves back into it.
Graham Bassett. Look at this. Ready? Bicep.
Wow.
Rip. Roll the racket across it.
6-11.
Bicep. You're talking about his left hand on his bicep as he hits that ball?
Loves to grab it.
Yeah. Well, if you had biceps like him, you would too.
Are you suggesting that he's feeling to see if they're still there? Look at this for a winner.
7-11.
Good shot. No, Graham, we're only joking, mate. You got great arms. Oh, I don't know if he gets that.
Oh,
No let.
Yeah,
yeah, it's a good
well
call.
ripped. I mean, that's his partner's fault for
8-11.
hanging him out to dry there.
Agreed. But that's that was a good call, no let.
And look, we've gone from 10-6 to 8-11. It's become a much tighter game all of a sudden. Oh no, Graham. That's hard to get
9-11.
because that drop shot kind of skids away from you a little bit off the floor, and
But that was also taking his eye off the ball.
yeah, true that. Trying to make excuses for Graham there, but it was really just a terrible shot.
Well,
He's got that back.
Yeah, that was.
Oh, there's a good angle. Here we go. Oh, Elroy, what was
Down.
that?
10-11.
Anvari. That's not like Anvari.
No, and he shouldn't be going for that shot. He doesn't need to go for that there.
Yeah, but that's his game, right? He likes that. He loves, you know, there's a bit of mayhem up the front. Everyone's backing up, and he hits that reverse, and the crowd goes, wah. But, you know, the crowd went, ooh, because he buried it.
But he's been playing so smart.
Stroke.
Ooh, that sucks.
Because one of the
12-10,
things you pointed
side
out
out.
was that in this, maybe Graham had to adjust to let Anvari be the shooter.
Yeah.
But really what they've done is they've had Anvari be the setup man for Graham. And Anvari's played that role unbelievably well. But he should continue to play that now and not start to...
No let. 13-10.
No let. Yeah. Unfortunate there. Your teammate just set you up there, Elroy, and you got nothing to stand on. See, again, we were at a position here where it was a really close game. I don't think he's getting all that there. You know, and all of a sudden it's 13-10.
No, don't squeeze it. Throw it up here.
Yeah. It's probably giving it a squeeze.
I think Elroy just hit a good shot.
All right. So here we are at 11-13.
13-11.
13-11,
Graham
apologies. I think this is a big point. Huge. Who wants this? Don't lob it. Hit it. Oh, Graham. Oh,
Nice get.
the dive. I love it. Get out of the
Oh,
way.
the
Get back
court.
up. Oh, no.
Oh.
Roy. That was such a bloody good effort. He's trying not to kill his partner, to be fair.
14-11, match ball.
Oh, man. All right, here we go. What do they got? I can see Anvari just ripping off a nice cross-court drop shot to finish this match here, but we'll see what happens. Oh, Bassett with the opportunity. He hit that same spot. Oh, how did he miss?
Not up.
Oh, I don't know. But Tor has hit a great reverse. Oh, yeah? No.
Side out, 12-14.
2 bounces
Wow.
before the side wall. This is
It's not over.
tense. Come on. Here we go.
That was a big point for
Yeah,
confidence. But
Well, they're all big from here.
yes, they are. Every time it's a match ball, it's a big point. Wow.
Elroy, that is just a gutsy effort to go and shoot that shot. At,
13-14.
12-14. He misses that, it's match over.
Yeah.
But I tell you, he needs to play those balls though.
Well, that's what we've been saying. They should have been doing.
Match.
Oh, there we go. Anvari, 3-wall.
Not quite your ripping the roll corner, but you were right that it was a shot by Anvari to win that. Nicely done.
Yeah. So look
Well-
at that. 15-9, 15-9, 15-13. That's a great.
That's great. That's a very
finish.
fun match, and for the fans here to have Graham Bassett, former doubles and adult pro here, and Ahmed Anvari, who's a former junior player here. That's a great way to end up. So just to recap today, our first match, we had the number 2 seed, Jamie Stout, and
Swiss. Don't try and pronounce his name. It's Swiss. Sorry.
You've thrown me off now.
Yeah.
Yvonne Badan, they were the number 2 seeds, and they won in 3 straight games over Peter Kelly from here, the Heights Casino, and Alex Domenick also from U.S., and that was a fairly straightforward affair. The match after that was Chris Callis and Eric Bedell were the number 3 seeds, and they were playing Ricardo Lopez Valdivia and Jamie Haycocks, and that also was a 3-love affair. And we just saw before this match, we saw Adam Bews and Colin West against Bobby Burns and Jordan Greenberg. And that was a little bit more exciting. That was 3-1. The last two games were quite exciting in that one. And then we just saw Graham Bassett and Ahmed Anvari take out Elroy Leong and Tor Christoffersen in a 4-game match that really showed maturity. After dropping the first game 15-13, they came back 3-1.
Yeah, and look, I'm looking forward to. There's going to be some great matches tomorrow night. I'll give you a little rundown of those. So we've got first up Clinton Liu and Omar Kashif, and look, these two boys really hit the ball hard. Omar's a rather large unit, and he can smack the ball on the right wall, and Clinton can really give it a tonk on the left. So those guys playing Kyle Martino and Andreas Vargas is going to be really interesting.
Yep.
I think on paper you probably take Omar and Clinton to maybe win this, but anything can happen on the day, which is why they play the matches apparently. But I'm looking forward to that one. That's at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon, backed up by what I think will be one of the better matches in the first round, which is Ryan Kelly and Cameron Pilley, two boys from northern New South Wales, Yamba and Evans Head, taking on Will Mariani and Justin Todd. I haven't seen Justin in a little while, but Justin's a little bit of a pocket rocket. He runs around the court and gets everything back, hits some crazy angles, and Will's very well known for his crazy angles. So I'm looking forward to how that goes down, watching Cuss Kelly whip 1,000 reverses from behind his body. And, Cameron Pilley being the same height as Taco Fall, or pretty close to it, will just stand there and bury the ball cross court.
Yep, he can do that.
And really light it up, which would be good. And then another really interesting matchup coming up with Mikey Ferreira and Will Hardigan, who have played a bit together at the last couple of tournaments and have done really well, playing the rather experienced team, which is another way of saying a couple of old blokes in Clive Leach and Chris Walker.
Yeah.
And both Leachy and Walker, while they may not have the quickest wheels on the tour anymore, are two of the most creative, smart, strategic, and really good players out there on the tour. So I think that's going to be an interesting match, because Mikey and Will are probably going to want to really heat it up a bit, and Clive and Chris will not have any problems dealing with that pace at all, and they'll do great. And then you'll catch me out on the court at 7:30 with my buddy Reed Andreessen, who's a racket and tennis club guy, against an Aussie pair who are a bit younger than myself, in Zach Alexander and Scott Arnold, who I believe are playing together for the first time.
And are this tournament's new #1 seeds.
They are the new #1 seeds. Both have done very well. Zach venturing over to the left. He's been trying to get on the left wall for a little bit. So I think he'll be excited. And Scotty Arnold's another large unit, and he loves to just sit forward and bang the ball hard and bury a few nicks. So my plan is to get up there and make that difficult for him. So we'll see how that goes down at 7:30 tomorrow night. But
well, I think one of the things there is that, as you said, they're a relatively new team, and you have tons of experience with Reed. Didn't you say that your first match together was
Monday
3 days ago?
Yeah, no. Actually, Reed and I complement each other quite well. When I played 15 years ago, I played with Scott Butcher of, he's a Sydney guy who was at the Racket and Tennis Club, and Reed and Scott play in similar ways, so I kind of feel like I'm back out there with him again. So, yeah, really looking forward to it. There'll be a couple of good matchups as well on the other side of the draw from tonight's winners, but I think tomorrow night we're going to see some great action, Will. So.
Well, Jeff, thank you very much for joining me here tonight. I'm hoping that maybe you win tomorrow so you can't join me again, but if you don't, maybe you'll come back and come back and do some more commentating. This is Jeff Osborne. Great player, has been away for 15 years back in Australia, but we're glad to have you back. And we will see everybody here tomorrow night. I'm Will Carlin, and I will be here through every single match, all the way through the tournament. And tonight was a great first day, and looking forward to the bottom half of the first round tomorrow. Hope to see you then. Thank you all. Good night from the 2020 David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Tournament. Good night.
Get some.